All right, we're live. Hello, everybody. What's going on? Can I please get assurance from the chat that all is well with the stream and my brand new microphone here? Otherwise, I'm going to have a fucking nervous breakdown. No? Anyway, okay. Anyway, Sean, how are you, pal?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Um,
Good, man. I know I said to you earlier in the week that um, we're gonna do something different, like do like a pre-recorded fucking show. But I don't know, man. I'm just gonna go live and we'll just talk about the game. We'll just go through
yep.
all the every. I've written down all these notes. I've prepared some highlights, and hopefully um, all goes well. And I don't cop a fucking copyright strike because I haven't had much luck with that. But I'm going to play some highlights of some of the game, and just it'll just be like short snippets. I'm sure I can't see there being any problem with that.
Yep.
But far out, what a week! What a win it was, man! A resounding win for the Pies, and life is good, man. Life is good, and just have to sit back this weekend and just fucking wait and watch and wait and see which Queensland team we're going to play.
Yep.
Um, yeah, I'll just ask you straight off, Sean. Who do you want to play in the prelim, and who do you want to play in the granny?
Um, I mean, I haven't really put too much like thought into it just because I'm sort of ready to play either. You know, because I'm sort of going back and forth because we know Brisbane's a quality outfit, even though they do have a few players out.
Yeah,
But I just, as much as as much as they have those outs, like they have finals experience, it takes every single time you go through a final series, you got 22, 23 players getting, you know, experience and, improving each time. So Brisbane have that on their side. So as much as they're a bit of, as much as they have their injuries and being a bit of a wounded warrior at the moment, um, you sort of don't wanna, like, underestimate them in a sense,
yeah,
but then you've also got Gold Coast who don't have finals experience, but
yeah,
you pretty much look across the board, and even though they don't have it, all the guys that are currently playing seem like once they get finals experience, they will be, like, a really good side going forward. Like, I
yeah,
mean, like, Rao is built for finals, like that kid's just incredible. I mean, I say kid and he's, like, 25 or something,
yeah,
um but yeah, he's just a different beast, like altogether. Anderson, another one. Like this is just a team that's very young, still developing in a sense. And then once they build that sort of connection as a whole and as a team, but yeah, once they build finals experience, like yeah, they're going to be a really tough team to beat real soon. It might take them 2 or 3 years to go through final series and finish in a semi-final or prelim, and you do that for a couple of years and you gain that finals experience each year. They're going to be very dangerous in the very near distant in the near future.
yeah. So,
So
have you decided who do you want in the prelim?
yeah, I just realized once I finished that, I was like, oh, I completely forgot to answer the question. Um, I mean, I'm happy to take either. I feel like just for the longevity of it or long term, I'd want to play Gold Coast because I,
Yeah,
I would want to get a good like I kind of want to get into their heads early. It's kind of similar to what we did with Jack Watts when Jack Watts debuted. I'm sure most people would know what we did there.
yeah,
Number one draft pick. He played. he played against us on, I think it was a Queen's birthday, was like the first game we played against them. And like, first time he got the ball, we just absolutely crunched him. And we sort of just put him into a headspace where, he just always like had second thoughts anytime he got near the ball.
Yeah,
Kind of want to do that for Gold Coast in a sense and just
yeah,
get them to think that we are their bogey side. If
yeah,
we can do that as quickly as possible, I feel like that's already half the challenge done.
yeah,
For the long term. So a part of me a part of me wants me to see sort of Gold Coast, just as I said, for the long term aspect of it. But I would not be surprised if we see Brisbane in the prelim, just because, as I said, they're a quality outfit. Obviously Neil's a massive loss, but I think a lot of football systems are run on systems these days. So
yeah.
as much as he is a big loss, I feel like they'll probably have someone in the VFL that's been killing it that will probably
Mm,
come in. Two goes to one, three goes to two, four goes to three. Everyone just basically goes up a spot.
yeah.
And they'll probably just find a way to get it done.
All right. What about in the granny, mate? Adelaide, Geelong, or Hawthorn?
So I've been saying this all year. I've been predicting a Collingwood Geelong grand final. Um,
Yeah.
I just can't see it not happening. Um, Bit of a spanner in the works would be Collingwood Hawthorn. Um, because we've had our struggles with them over the years, and Hawthorn would be one team that, if it's not Geelong, that's obviously that would be the second team that I think, outside of obviously us, of course. I can probably see. I think they're probably the third team that's probably a decent chance in winning it this year.
Mm.
Um, yeah, just like, they have their older players, but they also have their youth coming through, and I think their balance is very good.
Yeah. If you ask me, I want to play Gold Coast in the prelim because I reckon we've got unfinished business against those bastards. Um, we'll go up and we'll fucking come out and fucking show them that win they had against us meant nothing. And then I want to play Hawthorn in the grand final because a big win over Hawthorn will just get rid of all that hoodoo shit that we got with that club, just to smash them. And I reckon we'll be very confident if we play up against them because that when we got done by Hawthorn a few weeks ago, we were high on training loads and we were just flat, mate. How we went down, it wasn't our night, mate. And they jumped us and we just never got back. But anyway, I got the big guns waiting. Oh, here we go. I introduce Matthew J, all the way from Bangkok. He's got to take his microphone off mute. Has he gone for a beer? No?
Evening,
Matty,
evening all.
how are you,
How are
pal?
you, Sean?
Hey,
Mick?
what's going on?
Very good, mate.
Doing
Very
well,
good.
doing well.
What's your wishes for the prelim and the granny, mate?
Absolutely, whoever we're playing in the prelim, want to smash them by 8 goals plus, and the same in the grand final.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't care who we play?
Wouldn't it be nice to get that?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
to just enjoy a final.
Yeah. Like 2010, the replay, mate. It was just
Exactly.
after
We had to go
half-time,
through
it was just an enjoyable watch.
we had to go through the draw.
Yeah.
So it wasn't clean sailing. So that was our trauma. But yeah, the
Yeah.
replay was awesome, amazing.
Yeah.
I was there for both games.
Oh, I was there for the draw, but I couldn't get tickets for the replay. I was fucking hell.
Yeah, no, I was the same. I went to the draw, but yeah, even had it was funny because like I had a Legends membership and everything, so obviously we were guaranteed tickets, but apparently it was apparently you couldn't get tickets if you were a Legends member because it wasn't the grand final, it was the replay. So, I mean, we still had the opportunity to put our memberships in and try again, but yeah, everyone was all it was all like fair game and like best in first dress, whatever the saying is, and yeah, ended up not going, so I missed out on tickets.
All right. So in the waiting room, I'm going to bring him in right now, all the way from the island of Lesbos in Greece. We have Manny Costo. What's going on, brother?
Yes, well, there. I need to jump on for you, mate. Special guest appearance, buddy. Only for that.
You're a legend, mate. Thank you for
Only for
coming
you,
on.
buddy. Only for you there. What's going on there? Are we lifting or what today? Everyone's mellow. What's
I
going
know
on
we're
there?
mellow, mate.
Yeah,
Mate,
because there's
We're,
like how many days till
we're,
the prelim? Like 10 days. Like we gotta. This is a
yeah, that's
miracle
all right.
right
We've got
now.
to simmer. You got to simmer till we turn the heat up. No, just keep simmering
Yeah,
till we turn the heat up and fucking get the
yeah,
job done, boys. What's happening, Sean? What's happening,
We're
lads?
just Manny. We're just mindful not to have a premature ejaculation, so we're just just pacing ourselves.
Oh, you're on the tip there. On the tip.
yeah,
Yep.
mate. I think
Yeah, don't stroke it. Don't stroke it too much. Just keep it. Yeah, don't stroke the tip too much. You'll be all right. Don't. We've got 2 more days. Yeah, we'll just
we've got to
fucking keep it simmering, and we'll go and give it to them. Let's be honest. We're playing 2 away teams in the prelim, so it worked out perfectly for us. If we can't beat away teams in the prelim at the MCG, we're not serious. You know what I mean?
yeah.
We should get the job done straight into a granny. The granny's a different story. The granny, if we play Geelong, it's going to be a tight tussle. And even if we play Hawthorn, if we play Adelaide, I reckon we'll give it to them. So get through the prelim, reload again, get into the granny, rest all the players, no injuries, and let's just give it to them. Okay, now.
We were just before you come on, Manny. I'm not sure if you heard, but I'm really.
Yeah, I heard you,
I would
bro.
love to just have a smashing, if providing we do get through to the grand final. I think about the Tigers. The Tigers won 3 premierships, but they had the first 2 were gimmies. They had Adelaide in 2017, and GWS were put on a platter by us getting ahead of ourselves. Should have been a Richmond Collingwood grand final that year. So that would be a dream if we get Adelaide.
Well, we'll put it this way. Brisbane's banged up. So that's one positive. And also, if Gold Coast comes down, the crowd's going to outnumber them, right? By fucking 1 to 10 or something. So it's gonna be a positive in that way. Like when Richmond played GWS in that final, the grand final, the supporters drowned them out. So at the end of the day, we've got 2 away teams coming to the MCG. So we should run right over them, get ready for a granny, and then once you're in a granny, anything's possible. If we can snatch a granny from what happened to us right during the end of the year through those last 4 or 5 games, we're laughing, mate. We're back.
Exactly. Hey, do you guys feel that it's like, you hear the conspiracy theory that we were trolling the league in the last, month and a half? It ended up being perfect that we actually had Adelaide. Like that was the perfect qualifying final because you've got an inexperienced Adelaide. They all got caught up in the whole ranking thing. Riley Thilthorpe, whatever his name, he was jumping at shadows.
No beard. No beard.
We're on the right side of the draws. We're definitely on the right side of the draws. We've either got a Gold Coast side that if they win against Brisbane, that'll be their grand final, in my opinion. And if Brisbane win, they'll be so bruised and battered, like that they're right for the picking. But like you say, Manny, both in the prelim and the grand final, we can't take it for granted. We've just got to get the job done.
Hey, boys, even if we make a granny, right? Even if we make a granny and lose it, you can't do much more than that. As long as we make a granny, right? End of the day, grannies are hard to win. But if we can if we can win the granny as well, we're laughing. That's 2 premierships in 3 years. We're laughing. So let's get the prelim done first. Don't look too far ahead. Get the prelim done. Make sure we get no injuries. Bring Cox back in. Leave the team as it is. Maybe bring in Bobby. If Bobby trains for 2 weeks, bring Bobby Dazzler in. Right? He's got a bit of work under his belt. Get Howe back in and settle the team down. Leave Cox in the forward line to bring the ball down. Right? Swarm the defenders. All right, swarm the ground ball and get the job done. All right, boys. Hey, I want to go back now. I'm busy. Mick, take it easy there. I just got on quickly to say hello. Hey, boys, take it easy, and we'll chat again next week and get really, really lifted.
Fucking oath,
Yeah,
man.
sounds like
Thanks a
plan.
lot. Thanks so much, Manny, for taking the time to come on, man. Thanks so much, man.
All right, boy. All right, take it easy, boys. Have a good night. Yeah, awesome. Bye.
You have a good one, pal.
Yeah, see you, pal.
All right. I'm going to bring Chris on and Kev, the great Kev.
Hey
All
boys,
right.
how are y'all?
Hey,
G'day,
Kev.
Kev. How are you, Chris?
Hey,
All
mate.
good, mate?
Hey, mate.
I'll ask you. How
Hey,
are
Sean.
you, Chris?
Hey,
All
Yeah,
good.
good.
Hey Chris, hi Sean.
Kev,
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, good.
who do you want to play in the prelim and who do you want to play in the granny, mate?
Honestly, Brisbane in the prelim, grand final, Geelong. I'm so scared of playing Hawthorn in the grand final.
Me too. I like your take though, Mick. You just want to, you're going to just get it
Yeah.
over and done with. You want to play
Fucking oath,
Hawthorn
man.
in a grand
Yeah.
final. Let's put it to bed. I can get behind that.
Yeah.
As frightened as I am of Hawthorn.
Yeah.
I think because Hawthorn, because they've got a number, it's even though we can beat them, but it's not as often as we can beat like someone like a Brisbane and Gold Coast where we're consistently beating them. When it comes to Hawthorn, it's been like every couple years since we've beaten them. Even this year when we smashed them, we played really well that night. But they've always had a number, and that's always the toughest one to really beat them, I think. So I as much as I want to see Adelaide and Gold Coast get through, don't get me wrong, like it would be good to see that happening. I just think that Adelaide will go out in straight sets. I think Hawthorn will be too good, and I think Brisbane's experience to Gold Coast after that win, I think they played their grand final against Fremantle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because
I
we've
do
done
kind
it
of find
ourselves too.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
in 2020
I
we
would
played
tip
West
Brisbane.
Coast, and yeah,
I'm tipping
no,
Brisbane.
I'm doing the same. I'm tipping Brisbane and Hawthorn. In 2020, we did the same thing. We had a massive win against West Coast. It was like a grand final. And what happened in the semi-finals? We got absolutely smacked.
It was awful.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was Geelong in the semi-finals in 2020.
Yeah,
So-
hey, let's reframe this, boys. We've got this hoodoo against Hawthorn, but what is the recent record against Hawthorn in finals? I'm talking, when I say recent, I'm talking about the last few decades. We've only got one in recent memory, which was 2011. Remember what happened then?
Yep.
Yes.
The
Luke Ball.
prelim,
Yep.
the Luke Ball,
Yeah.
and prior to that, this was my earliest memories of football, but I got a feeling our last final against Hawthorn in regular season was it in 77? Did we play in a prelim against
I think
Hawthorn
so.
to get into the grand final against North?
Is that the match where Phil Carmen's belted Michael Tuck and got suspended for
Correct.
the
Phil
grand final?
Carmen cost us the flag by belting
Yeah.
Tucky.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard that before.
So
Fabulous
in
Phil
the last 50 years, we're 2 from 2. So let's
Yeah.
reframe that.
Yeah.
I think did we win a night flag against them as well? I reckon we did. I reckon that was the night when Don Scott targeted Peter Moore in the first centre bounce. He just went him.
Yeah.
Does anyone
If only
remember that?
Son had that aggression.
Anyone in the chat like to
Any old timers in the chat that can help us out here?
Yeah,
remember,
no, unfortunately,
I reckon we beat Hawthorn in one of those escort cup jobs. Which was, remember we used to play on a Tuesday night during the season?
Yeah. Fuck, that's going back years. How good was that, man? The like a cup competition in the pre-season kind of thing, you know? It
Don't
was
miss
just,
that.
yeah, it would just get you revved up for the season, you know? And,
Yeah.
you know, all right, whoever won it, it was just a gimme. No one gave a shit. But still, you get to see
but
all the
it was like
young players
so that's the
coming
thing,
in.
though. If you're going into that season and you were in the bottom six, at least you had something to hang on to for that season. Because it's like if you're let's just say hypothetically, given that Essendon are about to get even worse, if you're an Essendon fan, like you're like so down in the dumps and stuff. So like if you've got an opportunity like that, normally in those competitions, there's always the bottom six teams that go, hang on, let's actually give this a crack because let's sort of give back to the fans. It gives them a bit of an opportunity and stuff. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, the Pies could come out and play the under 14s junior side of some random local team like tomorrow, and I'd probably watch it if it was on KO because if Collingwood put it on the jumper, like I'm watching, like it's just right. It doesn't really. I mean, obviously we're here for finals and winning grand finals and stuff, but no, like you get you find 23 people, put them on a football field, and put Collingwood jumpers on them, and then you get a time slot for KO. Yeah, I'm turning it on. Like, yeah. So like any more opportunities for that, whether if it's a preseason cup or I mean, even you got in the NBA, you got the summer league, which is basically where it'd be all the fringe players and all the players who just got drafted. That's normally where they play. Like that's their pre-season to lead into the actual season. Like why can't we have our own somewhat of a version of that? Yeah, I reckon that would be like really awesome because then it would get you hyped up because then it's like it's because like you won't have your Pendlebury's and your side bombs playing because they'll be off like recovering and resting or doing preseason or whatever. But if we get, Aaron J kids like Thomas McGuire, Zach McCarthy, and John Saxena, if we get those guys in and they play a couple games, it gives them an opportunity to showcase what they have. The
Yeah.
supporters then watch, and the supporters get a bit of an idea. Oh, this little kid, Jai Saxena, he's a bit of a small forward, maybe a bit Elliott-like, but he's maybe got something a bit different. Like, I just don't see anything wrong with that. So, yeah, no, if we had something like that would be fantastic.
Hey, just quickly, Voidoid made a good point. I'd totally forgotten about the 2012 qualifying final against the Hawks.
Oh, they beat us that day.
I even watched it not long ago, but I totally forgot about it, and I'd put it out of my mind even at the time.
Yeah, that's been erased from my mind as well, mate.
Yeah, because there was a couple of missed holding the ball decisions at crucial times, and the momentum just went bang to Hawthorn. One when Jared Roughhead is running into an open goal, we tackled him cold, and it wasn't called, and someone scooped on it, might have been Cyril, scooped on it, kicked a goal, and they just banged a couple on us.
No, wasn't that the Franklin where he jumped over someone?
No, that was 2013.
Not sure. I don't think so.
I remember Franklin jumping over one of our players. Like we had one of our players go to ground and it was like lying on the ground, and Franklin jumped over it. I think that was in a final.
Yeah, that was the Luke Ball game.
That was the Luke Ball game. Was Buddy jumping over a guy?
Yeah,
he had a fucking blinder.
That wasn't against us. That wasn't against us. He kicked that goal. He kicked that amazing goal from the boundary line. Darren.
Yeah, because 2012 we lost to Sydney in the prelim.
Yeah, we lost the first we lost the qualifying final
Yeah.
To Hawks, and then we came down and was it the Bulldogs we beat maybe?
Was it West Coast? Because it wasn't.
Might have been West Coast. We went to
From McCarthy.
did we go to West Coast?
Which actually, for those that don't know, his anniversary came up a few days
It's a
ago.
Fremantle.
McCarthy.
Because it was
From
13 years
McCarthy,
ago
yeah.
that happened. That was 2012.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was so sad too.
We could have, poor old Bucks. He could have pinched a flag there.
Yeah. Look, Bucks was
I went
unlucky,
to the
man.
prelim in Sydney. I went to the
Yeah.
prelim in Sydney. We were so flat that year.
Chris, who's your dream opponent for the prelim and the granny, mate? Chris?
For the prelim, I want to play Gold Coast. And for the
You're cutting out, buddy. Chris, you're cutting out, man. We can't hear. Maybe I'm gonna try.
I want to play Gold Coast.
Yep, Gold Coast in the prelim and in the granny.
Adelaide in the grand final. Adelaide in the grand final.
Oh, I
That's
love
the
that.
thing.
Would love that.
You know, the only reason I wouldn't like that because I don't want to be fucking seeing Rankin in a grand final, and then that puts the fucking, you know, the onus back on them, and they're fucking, you know, all revved up and shit, you know. Even though I reckon we'll beat them.
You know what I've heard? I've got it on good authority that if it's Collingwood and Adelaide in the grand final, Rankin will start, but Adelaide, the sub, will be Snoop Dogg.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I think Snoop Dogg's been fucking given the ass. That's what I'm hearing anyway.
I reckon Snoop Dogg could play down in the pocket.
Yeah.
He's actually tall. You can make him as the full forward.
Yeah. Just put him,
to be fair,
pop
when
him in
he's
the
a
goal
full
square,
forward right
maybe.
Yeah. You can take out Big Stay, you can put Snoop Dogg there.
Yeah. All right. So what I was planning on tonight was really going full on, just going through the game we just played against Adelaide. Now, I've got some little highlight snippets prepared, but in the chat, people are telling me you show anything, I'm going to cop a fucking strike. Now, I'm not going to play the audio, so I reckon I'll be all right. And they're only like, each one's like about fucking 20 seconds. Do you reckon I'll get away with it?
You'd probably have to crop it, though. You'd probably have to crop it a little bit.
How do other people show highlights? How do they do it without getting struck?
Yeah, by pretty much cropping it. You don't show the actual native image. You crop it in by like a tiny bit. I don't know
clip
what the
your
measurement
own, so you download your own.
Don't you turn down the volume, sir?
No, sorry. No, so it's a crop. So crop is like you got to take part of the image out because how it gets detected is there's like a ID system where if it sees the actual footage, like the native footage, it will get claimed by the internal like system at like YouTube. Where if you crop it, it's not the native like video footage, so it's harder for them.
So what about this? What about this? Is this going to get me fucked up?
Because it's a native like the video is like it's the full image. Like you haven't cropped it in, you might be.
All right. Well, I showed fucking 5 seconds. I won't cop anything for that. Oh, that's a shame, man.
No, it's one of the biggest like pains in the asses that comes with YouTube.
Anyway. All right, look, we'll just talk about it then. And I'll probably show little tiny bits as we go along. That piece of play was right at the start. And like before the game, I was very, very confident. And just before the opening bounce, when like I was watching it on the tally and I was seeing the Adelaide Oval fucking jam-packed and it was like a festive atmosphere, I suddenly felt this feeling of almost doom and gloom and thinking, oh, shit, you know. But we started off so well. Like, it was so obvious that we were on, like, right from the start. And that little passage of play that I just showed there, Nick, in the opening minute, he's already fucking spinning around players and hitting Shooter lace out, you know, with a kick from the side of his boot, and Shooter just going long straight away, and then Elliott fucking there's a fucking pack, and like there's about 4 players, including Checkers, all jumped up for the ball, and Jamie just waited at the back and took an easy chest mark, and I'm thinking, fuck, man, you know, how does that happen, mate? You know, he's just got that perfect forward craft, that judgment, and and not like straight after that, you got all the way we were tackling, and we're just racking up the intercepts. With the intercepts, like the first quarter, that's a record for a final. We took the most intercept marks in a final in a quarter, and all of our defense, like every single member of our named defense, took an intercept mark in that first quarter. Like Darcy Moore took 3, Bruzzy, Frampton, Pezza, Q, Dan Houston, they all took intercept marks in that first quarter, and it was because of our pressure. We were putting so much pressure on Adelaide. They were just hacking it forward without looking, and we were just getting the easy intercepts, and then bang, like the quick hands, and we were getting forward entries. And yeah, I just knew straight away that we were on. And the only one that didn't take an intercept was Josh out of our defenders. And it was great to see Darcy Moore after that fucking howler. Like, you could say 2 mistakes he made right at the start. That obvious howler where he dropped the ball, and then that other. Then when Taylor Walker took a fucking pack mark with no one fucking trying to spoil. So you could argue that Darcy Moore's had a shocking fucking start, but after that he's taken 3 intercepts and he's just had probably the best game of his career, considering it was a final. That you have to say that is one of the best games of his career. What do you reckon?
I mean, I don't think anyone saw it coming. Like even the most positive of supporters, I think, would have even been doubting Darcy going in. I mean, obviously we hope for the best, but going in, you're just hoping that, damn, I just hope that Darcy can, do his role. And yeah, I mean, he did far more than that. I mean, what did he take? Like 13 intercept marks? Like, I'm pretty sure it was like a record too or something. Maybe it was like a club record, or maybe it was like an overall record, off the top of my head. But yeah, no, I don't think anyone really saw that coming from Darcy.
Yeah.
I
Now,
will say
go on,
this
Kev.
though. I reckon our finals experience showed a lot more than Adelaide's. Adelaide panicked when they had the ball, when we had our tackling pressure up. As soon as Adelaide tried to tackle us, it felt like we did not panic at all. We knew that we've been there, we've done this before. So I think the finals experience helps a lot more out for us than it does with them.
100%. Was it on your stream, Nick, where I talked about how Collingwood has 1 A grader, which is Nick Dacos, and at the start of the year we had 2 because of Houston. He might turn into an A grader again one day, but we've got about 12 finals A graders.
Yeah.
Like people like DeGoey, Side Bottom, Crisp, Darcy Moore, who we've just mentioned, Maynard. these guys like that, Cameron Cox, obviously, these guys just go to a different level, and that's what I said. I said, look, we're going to give it to Adelaide. I was very confident as well, because in finals we just go bang.
Yeah,
Like those, you know what I mean? Like, and as Collingwood fans, I think that's one of the reasons we're so confident, Kev, is that we just get it done in finals.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
that's
it's just the
4-0
track
that we've
record.
beaten
It's
Adelaide in
the,
finals
yeah,
too.
it's the record. It's everything.
Yeah. One thing I noticed also in that first quarter was Checkers. All right, he didn't do anything like he's dropping chest marks. Like Dacos got him with a nice, beautiful one, and he's dropped a fucking easy chest mark. He's still out of form, but he's thereabouts, yeah. And it doesn't seem that Keane's having much of any stamp on the game, and that'll tell like throughout the rest of the game. Like Checkers kicked 5 behinds, and he was busy, and there was a lot of key moments, like when we bombed it long, and Cox was there, and Checkers was like standing on the goal line, and Keane couldn't leave him alone, obviously, because he would have gotten an easy handball, and he's right on the goal line. So Keane was unable to contest for the marks, and so Checkers played a smart game. Like he kind of acted like sort of like a decoy, getting Keane away from the contests, and it just worked well for us. And they were chirpy at each other the whole game too. I don't know if he's noticed that. They were constantly chirping at each other. I don't know what Keane was probably saying, I fucking beat you again. And Checkers is probably saying, yeah, look at the scoreboard, idiot,
Especially when Keane was having a crack at
his main role
too.
Because Keane didn't have a great game, right? He was well down from his normal output. So I think Flyers said to Checkers, almost like the Frampton role in 23 grand final, where just make sure Keane doesn't have a huge influence, which he didn't. And if Checkers kicks 1 or 2 of those goals, we'd be talking differently about him.
Yeah, and he hit the post too, like unlucky, All right.
He's still way ahead of McStay for me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And apparently he's banged up even more now. I think he's got a toe injury now. So fuck. But 2 weeks. 2 weeks he'll be right. But,
That's all I was going to ask.
Yeah. Yeah, he's banged up. He's got. They're saying he's got.
Do you think he'll play the prelim check?
Nah, he will. He'll definitely play. Because even like he's been playing banged up all year, yeah, and he's been getting his week off every now and then. So he's got a week off now, so he'll be right. And like, if he plays a game like he did against Adelaide, I'd be happy with that. I'd like a goal or 2, but and he was unlucky not to score a couple of goals. His fucking kicking's been atrocious lately, though. Fucking hell. Yeah. All right, I'm going to bring in Age. How are you, Age?
Good evening, Woodsman. How are we?
Very good, mate. Very good.
Yeah, doing good.
Who you hoping to play in the prelim, mate?
I was thinking about this before. Look, preference has to be Gold Coast, doesn't it?
Yes.
I think it's Gold Coast just mainly for the long-term aspect of it.
Yeah.
Just because they're just getting into the league. In terms of making finals. And I think just getting the wood over them early, you just want to create those seeds of doubt as quickly as you can when it comes to finals. Like you want to be, that team that's like we want to be, the team that they're like sort of scared of, or like, like the team that goes into finals and like, damn, that if there's one player we could eliminate out of finals just because we're so scared, it's Collingwood. We want Gold Coast to have that feeling.
Yeah.
I
So
just think,
if
yeah,
we can do
Brisbane
that would be fantastic.
Brisbane just aren't going to be scared coming over to play us, even if they're undermanned, a little bit banged up. They're just not going to be scared to come up against us, especially with what they did a couple months to us at the G. You know, so I think Gold Coast, it's a real opportunity for them to just absolutely shit the bed. Let's be honest. And you know what? If they go on and beat us, it's fair play to them at the end of the day. They're a quality outfit. They've got a strong midfield, but surely that has to be the preference. We have to prefer to play Gold Coast.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah.
Like if they win, think about it. We couldn't have think of a better scenario to win. They've got to do a Q clash. They've got to win it at the Gabba, and I don't think they'll win convincingly if they do win. And I see that will be their grand final.
Yeah.
Brisbane,
they might have already played it. They might have already played that, Granny.
Yeah, that's very possible. But if Brisbane win, it'll be business as usual, and they'll back themselves to pip us at the prelim. With all injuries aside, they'll be going. We can get it.
And Gold Coast is renowned after having a big win like they had against us this year of the next week, not even fucking showing up. So they've had their grand final last week against Freo. Don't be surprised if they've used up all their fucking adrenaline and emotion and they come in a bit flat against Brisbane, who'd be fucking absolutely fucking bleeding that they, put in a shit effort against Geelong, and they'll come out fucking all guns blazing. So, worst case scenario is we play fucking Gold Coast in the prelim, we lose to them in a close one, and then they'll play fucking Geelong, and Geelong get another fucking gimme game, like fucking 3 years ago, when we lost to Sydney.
Yeah. Even the same when they beat us that year. Buckley got pulled his hammy in the fourth quarter, and they went to go play Port Adelaide in the granny, beat them by about 130 points.
Yeah,
we would have done the same bloody thing to Port Adelaide in that grand final.
Oh yeah.
So just that's why they're so important.
Yeah, Geelong seem to get lucky when they make grannies, man. The other team just doesn't fucking show up.
Same with the Tigers, like we were just saying before. The Tigers 2017 and 2019, they got gifted GWS Adelaide and then GWS. And we were responsible for gifting them GWS in 2019.
Yeah. But go back to 2019. Like, I remember losing that game, but thinking, fuck, Richmond's good. I know we lost, but fuck, we make that granny. I know anything can happen in a grand final, but fuck, you don't want to be losing to Richmond in a granny, man. And I wouldn't have got into that granny confident, man. But anything can happen, mate.
We would have made a game of it, though. It wouldn't have been and Richmond would have been shitting themselves because of the prelim in 2018 as well.
Mm. Yeah. All right. Look, I'll just quickly summarize the second quarter. Now, my plan was to summarize this while playing all those fucking highlights, but I don't want to cop a fucking strike. But anyway, I'll just quickly go over my notes here. We started off with a bang, all right. Geordie, who had a very, very quiet first quarter. He only had 2 possessions in the first quarter. But he did have about 5 tackles. But he ended up getting the most possessions in the game after having a quiet first quarter. So he's come out with a bang in the second quarter. And Lipinski puts him through and he sets up Jamie. And Jamie's fucking slotted it in from about 45. So that's another good sign. Jamie's on as well. When Jamie's slotting in those clutch goals, because he can go through, he can have the yips every now and then, but fuck, he's slotting them in. He's on as well. But after that, the Crows fucking step up a bit, yeah? They kick a couple of goals. Cox, that fucking free kick, the freak that wasn't there. Yeah, like what's his name? Phil Thorpe had control of the ball.
Mm.
Fucking Cox tackled him. There shouldn't have been a holding the man.
Yeah.
But anyway, Cox had to be Cox and not give the ball back in time, and we cop a fucking 50. And before we know it, they're fucking 2 goals up and thinking, oh, here we go. But you got to hand it to the boys. We fucking stepped up after that, you know. Sidey playing as a forward, sneaks forward, kicks a goal. And then fucking that great fucking shooter Torp in the center and DC with that brilliant soccer goal. We had a chance to go more up. Checkers fucking missed another shot. And then we had an all-in brawl. And so, yeah, just to take away from that second quarter, Checkers busy but still erratic, but Keane's not dominating. Crows increased the pressure. And with Cox after that, giving away that 50 and fucking making us fucking shit our pants, at least he came back and he took a nice fucking pack mark on the wing. So he kind of redeemed himself and set us up for the third quarter.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So I think we went into that. I think we were up by a couple of goals. It was even Stevens. I don't know. I'm not sure at half time. But yeah, we've shown up, you know, and they're not getting the easy balls, and it's looking good. Third quarter, mate. That third quarter. How do you describe that third quarter, mate? It was just fucking. When Vikings die, they go to fucking Valhalla, mate. That's how it felt.
It was awesome. It was awesome.
You know what? It's what we saw in 2022 and 23 is we would play like that, but we only ever saw it when we were 3 or 4 goals down at 3/4 time.
Yeah.
So now we're getting to a stage. We're at a stage where we just go. We've got the game in control, but now we're going to put the foot on the gas.
Yeah.
That's what we can do, and no one can get near us if we play like that. So
yeah. And I've always said it, and sorry, Kev, let me just say this. I've always said it, and a lot of opposition supporters fucking disagree with me because they don't watch enough of our games. But when we're playing like that, I don't think anyone can stop us. I don't know. We seem to have like that momentum part of the game where we just go nuts with the fucking pressure. No one can fucking stop us, mate. I don't think. Like I've seen teams win big this year, but that's been different. I don't know. When we pile that pressure on, it just I reckon we can just smash anyone.
I tend to agree, and also they said in the second quarter as well. Like there's a stat where Adelaide are very good at not conceding so many scores against the opposition, and they normally get on the roll themselves. I just love the fact that we kicked the 2 or 3 goals in that second quarter to match it with them. And we made sure that they could not blow the game away like they did in around 22 game. I thought that was a mature way on how we played. If we can continue to do that and we can stick with teams knowing that they can play either the second quarter or third quarter, let's just see how many we can score and how many goals that we can defend, and it does make a huge difference as well. So yeah, it's definitely. I know I mentioned on my stream as well. Like, if we can keep Adelaide to like, if we can score 2 or 3 goals ourselves, like you take that any day of the week. So I'm glad that we can absolutely like do that, and whoever we play, Brisbane or Gold Coast, we're gonna have to watch them because we know that Brisbane don't tag, Gold Coast don't tag as well, but we don't tag either. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried, Gold Coast, because if Rao and Anderson get off the leash, we're in trouble. But
Yeah.
if we can keep them to on a lower disposal rate, and then our midfielders get on top of them head to head, then we're definitely a chance. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the prelim.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, just going back to that Adelaide game in that third quarter, I've said it since I think it was the Port Adelaide game in 2023 when we beat them by 80 odd points or whatever it was early in the year. Since then, and even last year where we didn't really perform, I still thought our best football from that point to even now, our best football is the best football in the competition. And what you saw in the third quarter was an absolute complete performance. Just everything. The midfield firing. It honestly looked like the Adelaide players were statues in the middle for periods in the third quarter. We were just streaming forward. The midfielders got to the forward line before any of the Adelaide mids were even there to apply any defensive sort of help. You just had 3 or 4 Collingwood players free at the foot of Cox with like Sidebottom and Dacos was hanging around, and it was just absolutely the best football I've seen of any team this year. And look, you hope that because of that week off, that's what's produced that. And obviously the same thing can be produced against whoever we play. But yeah, I maintain that third quarter there is probably the best football I've seen of any team for 3 or 4 years. That it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Do you guys
One
think
sec,
that we deliberately wasted our 6 weeks in not caring about the results and just getting ourselves up for finals, even though like we won 2 of the last 7 games heading towards the finals? Like, do you think
I
it
think
was a
we were
deliberate
just
A little
tired.
bit.
I
think
think we were
so.
just tired.
I think so, Kev. But I think there was a bit of that, but they took it to the extremes a little bit, and it nearly cost us.
Yeah. Jared Wade.
Training loads, the training loads, and all that. You know, like I'm critical of Fly. You know, I will give Fly credit. You know, but you know, come finals time last year, right? Come finals time, do you know who the best team in the competition, form-wise, was by the time finals ticked around?
Sydney.
Who was that? You can't tell me we could have beaten Brisbane if we'd played grand final day last year.
No,
Yeah, fucking mate. The way we're coming home,
So one of the reasons I'm critical of Fly is we pissed away an opportunity to go back-to-back last year. Now, I'm not putting it all on Fly. The players, you know, they didn't have the desire for most of the year. By the time they started to turn it on, it was too late. We missed out by percentage. So this year, what I think's happened, Kev, is we did get a bit arrogant, bragging that we'd qualified for finals. That was stupid. Like, that was so dumb. And it affects the player's psychology. And like 2023, our finals A graders, we've got nearly a whole team of them, just couldn't wait for finals to come around. And we got a bit too cute. In the end, we made top 4. We actually got the best qualifying final in the end, playing Adelaide, inexperienced. We brought it. But, geez, we went close to missing top 4. You know, we're that close to, like, meeting Hawthorn in an elimination final. God.
So everything had to align for us. And look, so far, everything has aligned. Like, you know, we were lucky fucking Port got up against fucking Gold Coast. And we're lucky Geordie's come good. Like, before, remember we were saying, like, 3 weeks before the finals, we're saying, oh, Geordie's training up. Like, we were saying he was going to get ready for finals, but there was no fucking certainty there, yeah? He could have just broken down again and it could have fucked us up. But it's aligned. He's fucking fully fit. I still reckon he's still 80%. But fuck, even at 80%, mate, look at him go, man. Yeah.
I
Go, Kev.
got a question for everyone and even in the chat. Do you think Bobby Hill will play as a sub, or do you think he'll actually start on field?
I think he has to start. There's like it's either he starts or he doesn't
Sub.
play.
I think the sub.
I
Yeah.
agree with Sean. He needs a whole game to have his 15 minutes of influence. If he's only playing a quarter, that might not be enough for him to do his shtick.
Yeah, because also as well with Bobby, I think the thing that people forget is that Bobby's not even though that we look at him as the X factor and he kicks 3 goals in 3 minutes, but like sometimes he can take a while to warm up, and that's my issue is that yeah, you probably don't want like a Lipinski being sub because even though we would all like it, but he's like the endurance base, so he's probably not best suited to sub. You need an impact player, but you need the impact player to be dominant from the start. Like I don't think Bobby's as much as he can be impactful when he's impacting, but he's not the type to impact. If he clicks his fingers and go and says, "Oh, I'm going to impact the game now. Watch me go." He's not that type. So and still at the end of the day, I think if you get a game out of Bobby where if he does kick his say 3 goals in 3 minutes, 3 goals 5 minutes or whatever, and then he does his assists, and he sort of does his thing. That's the Bobby that we sort of need, and you're not going to get that from a sub. So there's every chance you sub him, and we know from Fly, unless if you have injuries, he doesn't play you till sometime in the fourth quarter. If Bobby only plays one quarter, he's not gonna impact the way that we think. Because he needs time, he needs to set in, and he needs his like moment because he's not gonna. Like, he kind of needs his moments to be ready for him, rather he be ready for his moments. If that makes any sense.
Yep.
So I think having him as sub, and then just getting him on in the fourth quarter and just go, "Hey, Bobby, if you go do your thing, we're all good." He's really. As much as it's like on paper, he's that impact player, but he's not that type of impact player because we just haven't seen it from him, if that makes any sense. He needs to be
So-
the
I
impact
agree.
player but over 4 quarters.
So
The other thing that's
Hypothet-
important to remember, one sec. The other thing that's important to remember is you've also got Howie. Now, I don't think they're going to bring both of them in at the same time. This is what I think is going to happen. They were planning to try and bring Howe in for the prelim, but because and also they've got them, they're thinking about bringing Bobby in, but because our backline and Moore just played the game of his life, no one expected that. I think we see Howe as a bonus. So what I think is going to happen is I think they are going to play Bobby. They're not going to play Howe in the prelim. They're going to give Howie one extra week so that they're not bringing in two players possibly underdone in the same game.
Yeah,
What do you
I
guys
reckon
think about that?
I reckon you're on the money with that because either Brisbane and Gold Coast, obviously they're both great teams with decent forward lines, but they don't have like 3 or 4 key targets that we really need to sort of worry about in terms of Jeremy Howe. And this is all assuming that Howe's even fit to play. The messaging's been a little bit mixed with all that, to be perfectly honest. I would not be surprised if they just play Hill and they leave Howe on the sidelines for an extra week, assuming we win.
And the other factor is we need Howe so much more to play either against Adelaide, Geelong, or Hawthorn. We can
Absolutely.
get away with no Howie versus Brizzy or Gold Coast. So
Absolutely.
I think they might see it the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing, just getting back to Hill with if you're going to play him as a sub, you're better off not playing him. I think it's sort of, that's my view. I think if you play him, you start him, and then if he's gassed at half time, you sub him out in the third quarter or something. But to me, it sort of seems like it's a waste having him as a sub because he's not a versatile player. He's only really a forward pocket. So really, what cover are you going to get from him if you do get an injury during the game or something? You're not getting any cover out of him. So
Yeah,
it's a
especially
final.
if
We
if
have
you
to
have like a
remember.
halfback that go,
You know,
if you
I
have
would.
someone
Yeah,
that halfback goes down, you're not going to
we're not
probably
we're
play
not playing
halfback.
we're not playing Richmond, who we're going to get a result against no matter what we bloody do. We're playing like top 6 teams in the comp now. You can't be cute with the sub and do it for
No.
like a bit of a shit and giggle. It actually needs to be a wise decision. Like I would almost. I hate to say this because I'm sort of done with him, but I would prefer to have like a Will Hoskin Elliott as my sub than a Bobby Hill.
Agreed. Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think with Will, he can play wing, half forward, and half back if we ever need to. So he's that versatile player that we really need. Another one that could be the sub is Lipinski. He can play that role if he needs to as well. So we do have options there, but yeah, it's going to be tough with selection. It's going to be interesting on what happens at open training tomorrow as well.
Mm.
So
You
I
know
don't
what?
know, guys.
I
I would
personally,
say
I personally wouldn't entertain Hoskin as the sub, just purely because when you're in finals, you need to be fully committed. And to me, because he's already mentioned the retirement, and we've already played him, in VFL games, that to me sort of seems like he sort of not said it's like too hard, but to me, there's a mental or some form of a emotional checkout. If that is what is the case, then I don't think we should be playing him at all because we need if Hoskin is to even be in the conversation, he needs to be fully like invested and like he needs to be buying into what we're doing. And because even if you look at it like, you got Tom Mitchell, you've got a few of these other guys that are probably trying to get a spot in the side, but they haven't called retirement, right? So they're in their minds, they're probably still thinking, "Oh, I'm up for selection still." But we sort of, but in terms of knowing what the roadmap is in terms of what's happening in the next few weeks, we sort of know Mitchell's not probably going to get a game unless, touch wood, we have an injury, right? So I think the fact that Hoskin has like sort of called it to me, that sort of gives me the indication that he's kind of like checked out. And if that is the case, then yeah, I think that if Hoskin is checked out, then he can't be playing finals because yeah, finals is a game where if you're checked out in like any shape or form, you will get found out. Finals is the type of football where if you're in any way fake, you will get found out in finals because finals doesn't screw around. So if you're playing, you need to be on your A game, and I just don't think Hoskin will probably be in that mind frame for that. Because yeah, I mean, as I said, like you had other guys like Mitchell in the same situation, but they haven't called their career. So I don't know. It's sort of an interesting one because yeah, I just think that's sort of telling the fact that Hoskin's already called his career and others haven't.
Yeah.
You know, Manny just said in the chat that Bobby must come in. Bobby must come in on conditions. Do you remember last week in your stream, Mick? I laid down ground rules for how Bobby gets a game.
Yeah, he's got to tick all the training boxes.
Yeah. He no more missing training, gets to every training, trains well, get the trust of the group, then play him. And now that's the message of the club. They're saying that as well, which is that's good. That's integrity. That's common sense. So I agree with you, Manny. But if we come online tomorrow and find out he's missed another training, that's it. You're done.
Yeah.
Because
also as well too. Apparently there was training. I think. Well, there was training today or yesterday. Apparently, he was training in the white side. So that already tells you that the club's already like they're not just going to hand the game to him. So I actually kind of like that from the club is that obviously he's training and he's putting in the work, but the fact that he's wearing white jumper, that's basically the
Like it.
club pretty much. At least to me, that gives off vibes of yeah, you're here, but you're here to train like everybody else. And
I
if you
liked
make
it.
the
I
side, you
liked
make the
it.
side. But right now, you're not in the side. Because that's the if he was in black, I feel like it would just be a whole nother conversation where Hill's training, but he's going to be in the side. The fact that he's wearing the white jumper, albeit very very, it's a small thing, but I feel like it goes a long way. The fact that he was wearing the white jumper. If the training session was either today or yesterday, I'm not too sure on the specifics of that, but yeah, the fact that they're doing that and they're not just effectively handing him the game, I feel like that's also gonna be yeah, I feel like that's a pretty good result all around, even for the players or even the
It's his.
player that does get dropped for him.
It's the
Because
psychology is really smart because
yeah,
they may have in their mind that if he does tick the boxes and gets to the training and trains well, that he's going to play. Put a bit of doubt in Bobby's mind. Make him. You're wearing the white top tonight, mate. We're not sure. And fair enough, they're not sure yet. So I totally agree with that. That's a bit of sports psychology that Bobby needs because he shouldn't be guaranteed a game.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I 100% agree. And they mentioned on Triple M as well, like with Dale Thomas, like he could have played. There's a player that we could have played. Paul Mendes, it was. We could have played him, but then Mick Moles decided to play Jared Blair, who obviously had had the form going into it, and we end up winning the flag because of that. So it's always good to play guys that are actually worked their ass off, and compared to Bobby Hill, where if he's expecting the game, was stiff shit, mate. Like we had Ron Steele playing well, we had Parker playing well. So it's not really fair that you take those guys out when they've been playing pretty good football, and then you put someone like Bobby Hill in. It's like, hang on a minute, why is he getting a game when he's missed one training session? And then I've been busting my ass training every day, playing the games, getting selected. I don't want to get left out for someone like Bobby Hill because he missed one training session. Like
Exactly. Like, I mean, he's let the club down enough. He's lucky to still be in the mix. Basically, his teammates, I assume, in the leadership group, they've said, you know what, we're going to put all that aside. We're gonna be on your side, but this is what we need from you for the next 2 weeks. Do that, and you're giving you every chance to get a game. So it's all about integrity. He's been given a bit of a leg up. If you were doing what he's been doing in the last 3 months in any other job in Australia, you wouldn't
You'd
be
be
working
sacked.
there anymore.
No,
100%. You're breaching your contract over and over and over. So hopefully he appreciates that he's been given a chance that he probably doesn't deserve, and that if he does get a chance, he repays us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the other thing.
Go on, I'll let you
Yeah,
guys
that's
speak.
the other. Yeah, the other thing quickly is, if we were to play him and he has an absolute stinker, what do you do if we win and we get into a granny at that point? These are the risks bringing a Bobby Hill in can sort of have, because I honestly, as much as I think he needs to play, I think there's a real chance he has an absolute stinker. And if we do manage to get up, what happens then leading into the grand final?
I've got an answer for that.
It can be a real shit show.
It can be. The answer to that is that Bobby's he's played a handful or more of games this year, and like as a small forward, where he's had no influence on the game. So if that was to happen, where he didn't kick goals and didn't get many possessions, the only stipulation I would want from the club is how much pressure and effort is he putting in. So if he was getting tackles in, getting his pressure up, And if he's doing that as a minimum, then I'd be happy to give him another game. But if he's not trying,
Of course, yeah. Pressure
you know,
factors
then that's it.
everything. Of course,
Yeah,
he can have
Hey.
0 touches, but if his pressure's off the roof, to me, he's still had a good game. I don't look
Yeah,
at a
100%.
good game as possessions or goals. I look at a good game like Schultz on the weekend. He was probably our best on ground, almost in my view. And you know, stats don't jump off the page or anything. So I mean, if Bobby's to have a game like that, I consider that a good game. So it doesn't really have to just be goals and things like that, but more the chasing, more the pressure. That's the stuff that if he just doesn't show it, what happens then? If you've played him in the prelim and you lead into a granny, you know, it just creates. I think I mentioned it a couple of weeks ago. This is already a circus, and if a scenario like that happens, it becomes an even bigger circus and distraction leading into a grand final.
It's
Well-
like that with any sport too, like even basketball, right? And I play Thursday nights and whatnot as well. And there's been times where I chose Collingwood over basketball because naturally, like you're a member, like you go to the games. But it's like when I tell my mates as well. It's like if you come and watch my team play, you know what each player does. Every player is good at something, whether if it's defending, running back up and down, putting the pressure on. The other guy might be good at scoring. You know, could be drawing that opposition in so you can get that quick pass out and then you score from it. So it really, like, AFL football is like any other sport. It's exactly the same thing. Like, you don't have to score 6 goals in a game. You can have your 2 goals and you can have those vital touches, whether it's a little quick flick over the top and it results in a shot at goal, or it could be that tackling pressure as well. So I think it's really good to think like that too, because if you don't think about me, and you think about what I can do for the team, how I can help my team win, yeah, definitely that's something that's very important. So
yeah, I
All
think
right, gentlemen.
it's a calculated risk. He's doing all the training, ticking the boxes. You play him a full game, and I think it's worth the risk.
Yeah, I think we also need to look at it in the sense of as much as it's very probably, you know, harsh and unlucky for these players, but you know, Steele and Parker are probably the 2 that go out just because they were the first ones in. I don't think that it's necessarily an issue on who goes out because we know who goes out. But yeah, I think the question is with Bobby, you know, does he perform? I think Howe's pretty much a lock in terms of we definitely know what we're going to get because we've seen it over what I think has been at the club for like a decade now. So, yeah, it's just a matter of execution now. And whether you know, with Bobby, if he, yeah, because if he plays in the prelim, first quarter kicks 3 goals, it becomes a pretty mute discussion pretty quickly. So, but then again, that's the art of Bobby, I guess.
All right, Benny. Ben Zero. How
Brad
are you, pal?
Taya.
Hey, Benny.
Oh, great, mate. How
Hey,
are you
Ben.
all? Sean,
I've
Yeah,
asked
good.
everyone.
Chris.
Hey, Ben.
I've asked
There you go.
everyone that's come on, mate.
Hey, Benny.
Their preferred prelim opponent and their preferred granny opponent. What's yours, mate?
I've been selfish all week about it. Like, I want Gold Coast so I can get more tickets. It's been my answer all week. Got people knocking on the door wanting to come and sit with me. So I'm like, well, see what we can do, who we play.
Yeah.
And then, look, revenge on Geelong. That's been a good theme, hasn't it? So I'll stick
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah. How'd you go with the grand final ballot?
Yeah, signed up. Myself and my mum and stepdad. We're priority 1, so we're guaranteed. But
Yeah.
even in 23, we still got some pretty shitty seats. We were second from the back
Yeah.
in the Shane Warne stand.
Yeah.
But you know, happy to be there. I would have stood up if I had to, but yeah. Nah, so all signed up. So as soon as we win, find out where we're sitting.
Yeah. Like I'm priority 1 as well. So are you saying priority one is guaranteed a grand final seat. Is that what you're
It's
saying to me?
guaranteed a ticket. Guaranteed a ticket. It can either be. It's most likely seat, but it could be
Yeah.
standing if you tick that box as you are signing up.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't mind standing. I don't like at the G, those little standing sections, I don't mind them. You can
Yeah, yeah. I
nick
stood
out
up
you can
in
nick out for a
2011.
fag pretty easily,
It's
mate,
old
for a
school.
dart, mate.
Yeah, it's old
Yeah,
school.
yeah. If that's your thing,
the
that's
shed.
what you do. I find standing up now at the G, you're basically looking at a TV, but you get the noise, you get the atmosphere at least, you know,
Yeah.
and then you can sneak down. If you win, you sneak down and you stay at the fence and you watch all the celebrations.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. All right. If anyone's got anything to say, I'll continue on just talking about the third quarter. And if we go off into any other tangents, we do. That's the way it is on this show. So we slammed on 5 goals in a row. And those first 3, the euphoria in my living room was fucking off the charts. Especially that Geordie one, because his celebration was so fucking visceral. He was just going nuts. And then Sidey, that was bookended by those 2 Sidey goals. Mason Cox was involved in tapping the ball down for 2 of those goals. And one important thing, a lot of us have been very critical of Houston. Now, Houston, I wouldn't say had a fucking fantastic game, but one of those, I think it was the Jamie goal which came after, which was the 4th goal we scored in a row in that third quarter, where I can't remember which one it was anyway, but there was like this situation where Houston had to do like about 4 pressure acts in a row to get that ball loose. And I think Ned Long got that. It was Geordie's goal. Ned Long ended up getting the handball out to Geordie, and Geordie kicked the goal. So our forward pressure was just off the charts. And then you got that that fucking bone crunching shooter tackle, which is fucking, oh man, we all love Shooter this year. It's just he's just a godsend. And to quote words used by Manny Costo, he fucking broke the hinges of fucking Mitchell Hinge and set up Nick, and Nick fucking did that precise pass to Jamie. Jamie, another fucking clutch goal. Beautiful, from about 40 out, bang, it's in. Then after that, like, if that's not enough, we get another fucking classic fucking hard contested ball goal. Lipinski starts the transition from the center, runs all the way to the fucking goal square and finishes it off. In between that, Jamie's laying fucking crunching tackles, and it's fucking 5 goals in a row. Bang, 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 bang. And we're fucking, all of us collectively are fucking jumping up in our living rooms, or if you were lucky to be at the game. Having said that, my brother-in-law went to Adelaide to the game, and he said the Port supporters fucking looked after him. They were really good, apparently. Yeah. Like, in the pubs, in the local pubs there's like pubs that are just for Port supporters. Adelaide supporters aren't allowed in there, kind of thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And like they were just welcoming the Collingwood supporters in, and and they were barracking fucking their hardest for us because they can't stand the bastards.
Isn't that similar to what happens with like the soccer over in like England and stuff?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Mate, in England, mate, you can't have Arsenal and Tottenham supporters. They don't sit together in the crowd, mate. That just doesn't happen, mate.
Yeah. Like, wasn't it? Yeah, 'cause like all the fights and stuff. Like I'm pretty sure there was like a story where like supporters had to be like escorted through cars just to get out of the place like alive or something. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah.
It's
like all over Europe, it's like that, man. Even in South America. Soccer's a totally different culture, man. We're lucky to be in this culture where, we can have, friends that are Carlton supporters, and, we're not going to get into a punch on for most of the time, But now after we slam on those 5 goals, we could have fucking buried him. Fucking Lipinski fucking misses one on the run. Checkers hits the post. And then Jack Chris, very uncharacteristic of him, fucking shanking shots, which is we're not used to seeing. He usually fucking puts them away. So we had a chance to go like fucking 7 goals up, man. 7 or 8 goals up and just fucking party time in the last quarter. But it was not to be. They got a couple of goals back. One thing in that fucking third quarter that I noticed, fucking one of the high, in a match full of fucking moments and highlights, one of the best for mine. This is my second best highlight of the night. Was the double tackle from Brazzy, where he tackled. He tackled someone. The ball fell loose. Another Adelaide player picked it up, and then he's straight onto him. It's like, mate, I was at work yesterday, and a Carlton supporter just was telling me, mate, he goes, when I saw that, mate, he goes, I would love to have Brazzy in my team. He's just, mate, he's heart and soul, man. And even that right at the last second when the game was already won, he's still fucking doing spear tackles, man.
Yeah. What about how we got Neil Bullard?
Yeah.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
He's like he's a modern day Darren Mullane. He's our Panth.
Yeah.
He kind of looks like him too.
Yeah, he does.
You know what I love most about Maynard? The thing I love most about Maynard is he's not there to make friends. He's not there to be liked by the crowd or opposition, supporters. He's there for the Collingwood Football Club every single week. Every act he does on the football field is for the Collingwood Football Club. And,
100%.
those players, they do not grow on trees, those players. So now, after he's been around for 10 plus years, other supporters now are finally starting to be like, oh, geez, I would love that guy on my team. Because for 5 or 6 or 7 years, it was Maynard's a thug. Oh, he's a dud. Oh, he's got no skills. Oh, he's dirty. All this crap that we all know is just bullshit. But you watch a game like how he played the other night, every single time he's asked to do something and he has to go, he goes.
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys
plays
a
the
question?
ball as well. He goes hard. Like, they call him a thug, and he might hit someone every now and then, but he's always going for the ball.
Yeah.
Hey, just one sec. Manny brings up a great point about Brazzy's finals footy. Tilthorpe was petrified. How is the contrast to Brazzy, up against Riley Tilthorpe? That guy he shirked out of so many contests, like was hearing footsteps everywhere. And that goal, he's running into an open goal, hand passes it, and then Moore and
Parker.
And then the Crows come out and say, "Oh, Riley had the flu, so he wasn't feeling very well." I've got it on good authority that he actually tested positive for COVID. So the reason Riley was like shirking is that it was social distancing. And in the final coming up, he's going to be wearing a surgeon's mask, so that will keep everyone safe. So.
Can I ask you guys a question as well? When were you confident that we had it won? Because I thought maybe 2 minutes, at least 2 minutes ago, until the siren, that we had it won.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kev. Yeah.
Because the 5 minute mark, 6 minute mark, 4 minute mark, 3 minute mark, it's like a lot can happen. When it was like 2 minutes ago, and even that Jamie Elliott go in the last 20 seconds, it's just like, yes, we're home here. Like I didn't felt confident until literally like there's 2 minutes remaining. Like all we needed was a goal or two, and that was it. And that
Yeah.
sealed Adelaide's fate, pretty much.
Because they had their chances. They had a few forward forays in that last. They shit the bed. There was one bloke, I forgot his name, I can't remember who it was. He was streaming forward and he hasn't even looked. He's just blasted it, and Darcy Moore just took the easiest of marks, like unopposed. They had their chances. Even that Phil Thorpe where he handballed, that piece of play just before that. So you got Will Parker. He's got the ball on the wing. Now you got to admire this kid. Yeah, he's going to be good, man. He's gone corridor. Yeah, he's fucked up the pass, but you got to admire that he went for it. You know, he's going to be in the future. He's going to be one of those players that, in tense situations, he's going to go for it, man. And players like that are gold. He's got that in him. I've seen him do it before. Now he fucked up that pass, but when Adelaide turned it over, he fucking streamed back, and he was pivotal in that final tackle. They had an open goal. Phil Thorpe fucking shit himself and went for the handball, and the guy he handballed it to fucking got swamped by fucking Parker and Darcy Moore. So
that was a COVID handball, mate. He had Rona. He had to handball it. Couldn't make a kick.
Yeah. But Will Parker, I admire that, man. That was fucking brilliant, and he's a former leg spinner. You know, leg spinners, they're risk takers. They look for opportunities, and fucking he's got that mindset. So he'll go for that fucking risky pass. And it might not come off, but fuck, you need someone with balls like that in big games sometimes. I like this kid, man. I hope he doesn't get dropped for Howe. I hope if we bring Howe in, I hope we keep him in, man.
Yeah, I really like
hard,
Parker.
it's kind of hard not to drop him though, because if it's not Parker, then like who is it?
I'd keep him in as a sub if Howe fucking breaks down, then we can just do a straight swap. But surely Parker can play other positions too, man. It's not like it's a lot. It's not exactly just for whatever Howe's doing. I'm sure we can play Howe and Parker in the
would like them on the wing. I've said for a while. I think it was like I was there at his first ever training session, and straight away I thought, like within 10 seconds. I was saying to myself, "Damn, we've actually got a side bottom training right now." And then I think about like 10, 15 minutes later, I saw him standing next to side bottom, and side bottom took him for the drill, and I'm like, "All right, well there you go. If he's gonna learn how to play the side bottom role, I guess there's no better person to teach him than side bottom."
Yeah. I got a question from the chat from the one and only Black and White United, Andreas. Here's a question for you boys. Who was, in your opinion, Adelaide's best player?
Um,
Not that we
Tex.
noticed it.
I replied to him in the chat.
Pedler.
Pedler stood out. Yeah.
Pedler got the important goals. Who was that guy? Who's that one coming off half back, the shaved head one?
Wapple? No. Worrell.
Nah.
Worrell.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. They didn't really have a really standout, mate. You know,
I thought Tex was good.
Yeah. Tex was wasteful. You know, he missed a lot of shots, and
He rushed it. He rushed that one around the corner, didn't he?
Yeah. All right.
If Adelaide go out in straight stats, do you feel like they will learn from this experience, or do you think it's been a wasted opportunity?
For Adelaide,
A bit of both, isn't it?
Yeah.
I sort of see it as like it's like kind of a bit of both. Like, yeah, it's definitely a wasted opportunity. You finished on top. But then at the same time, like this is their first finals experience since 2017. So, you know, you could kind of see it coming. Yeah, it's sort of, I don't know, it depends on if you're glass half full, glass half empty with it, I guess. Because if you're on top, you might as well win it, right? But how can you win it when you don't really have any finals experience? I mean,
Yeah,
unless
that's
if it's
it.
I don't know if I'd imagine Dawson would have had finals experience at Sydney, but um, I mean
From a
outside of that,
Dawn, from a Collingwood point of view, when we talk about having experience in finals to win a premiership, 2023 was a bit of an outlier. We apart from 2021, we'd been playing finals. We had a lot of actual finals experience. You go back to 2010, we were playing finals from 2006, and we lost finals. We won finals. We got into prelims. We lost prelims. So, by the time we got to 2010, we
yeah,
were hardened. We had a lot of finals experience. Same for 1990. We were playing finals from 88, so we'd already had a good couple of years of finals experience into 1990. So the Crows, they might have 2 or 3 years of this, and it still might not happen.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But that's the thing that I mean, going into it, that's why I think, and even from like our half of the finals bracket, like I've even like said, especially with Brisbane having the injuries that they've had, I feel like that we've got the easiest run into the grand final. In terms of like, yeah, in terms of which half you would take, like I'd definitely be taking our half over Geelong's half if you wanted the easiest run. Um,
You know what
and
this is
yeah,
like?
what's that? Sorry.
This is like 2002. The only that we won the impossible qualifying final against Port Adelaide. We gifted ourselves a home prelim against Adelaide, but we fell short by 9 points against Brisbane in the grand final. The difference is this year potentially we're having a bit of a dream run. We were like the bad news Bears team then. We were going up against one of the best teams ever from the modern era, and we had a team of battlers. We nearly got it done. This time around, we've got like a dozen finals A graders. So
Yeah.
we'd only have ourselves to blame if we can't get it done this year.
Yeah, because I
I
mean,
just hope that we
even for
don't
the
do.
previous years, I reckon it's a bit of a combination of 23 and 24. Because even if you look at the home and away season, we had that 23 start, but then we also had that 24 drop off as well. So, but obviously the drop off wasn't too long to where we obviously, to where we still got a top 4 spot. So, um, yeah, it's a bit sort of interesting, and then to see how we go for, I don't want to be talking about next year too much, but because you want to hope that we've sort of learned from our mistakes, because I still feel like that there are some decisions that we could have made this year that could have made our season even better, or even like lock in a top 2 or top spot. But yeah, obviously we're still in the prelim, and yeah, we can still definitely make it work from here. But yeah, no, I kind of see a bit of a combination of 23 and 24, to be honest.
I
Yeah.
just hope that we don't think like the prelim in 2019 when we played the Giants, like we got this in the bag. I want us to have a good mindset of, okay, well, let's go out there and play really good football like we did against Adelaide in the first quarter. I want us to play like that. I don't want us to think, oh, it's going to be okay, and then expect to come back and then we only just lose or we just win. I want us to play well from the start and have that mindset of, let's go out there and beat whoever we've got. Let's play our best football. You know what I mean? Like it's.
Yeah.
I,
You know
I
what?
think I think that we might have done that against the Giants, thinking that we had an easy game, and unfortunately, it doesn't always turn out like that, So yeah,
That was
that's
in 2019, Kev. That was the club's fault, because you guys remember is that surprise, surprise, Geordie had I think it was a hamstring injury. He went to Germany or something.
Yep.
And all of the talk coming from Collingwood is we're getting Geordie ready for the grand final. Hang on
you
a
said this
second.
the other week, yeah.
Hang on a second. Like a memory came up the other day because I posted something about it. Like we got ahead of ourselves and we gave GWS the motivation. Hey boys, can't tell me Cameron didn't put that up on the change room saying, look at Collingwood, they're already getting ready for the grand final. They're going to get past us first. So we got ahead of ourselves. We gave the opposition the motivation they need. And I think it rubbed off on the players. Oh, this is going to be easy. We're going to play a grand final against Richmond. And it totally cost us. Maybe a flag. It definitely cost us that game, the psychology of that. So I hope there's no way we do that this week. I mean, as supporters, we're talking about who we might play, if we get to a grand final, but the club cannot have that message. The club it's a cliche, but 1 week at a time, especially in finals.
Yeah, I do think the weeks off, though, I feel like that definitely helps us more than probably any other club in the finals right now. Outside of maybe Geelong, I guess, because they've got a bit of an older list. But the fact that we've played, 2 games or we're going to play 2 games in 28 days, I do think that's a huge advantage for, the more older teams in the competition, like your Collingwoods and Geelongs. So it'd be interesting to see, what our performances are, because given that we've had we'll have 2 weeks rest going into it, and then 2 weeks rest from the Adelaide game leading into it. It's just going to be interesting to see how we sort of perform if we do look, fresh and ready to go, because there's every chance we could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, we have no excuses. I've said that ever since we started losing, the back end of the year. We've got no excuses at this point. We rested players, rightly or wrongly. We rested players. We fell into the 4. We had our week off. We've done the job against Adelaide. We've now got a home prelim at the G. There's just no excuses at this point. They just have to perform, and there's absolutely no reason at this point now they can't reproduce what they did against Adelaide. So anything less than that, anything like that Giants performance in 19 or all that crap's unacceptable now. I think we've moved past that. I hope. But yeah, it needs to be a strong performance. I said it against Adelaide. It came. It need the same thing here. There's getting ahead of yourself. I get that. We don't want to do that, obviously, but we literally have no excuses at this point now.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So I just want to talk about a couple more things about that last quarter. So we did a bit of a masterclass in time wasting. We wasted a lot of time off the clock, but we did go forward when we needed to. It didn't come off until the last piece of play right at the end, which is my favourite piece of play in the whole fucking game. I'm sure you guys remember it. We get the turnover somewhere at half back, and then you got Nick Dacos and McCreary just jogging at 3/4 pace, and they're just handballing it to each other. And it was only like a minute left or something. It's like, all right, we've won it now. I know we've won it now. And yeah, they're just strolling along on the wing, and Nick gives the handball to Bo, and Bo just runs off into the sunset and just kicks it up to Jamie, and then Jamie kicks that beautiful fucking scissor kick, karate kick type of goal, and the game is done and dusted. And as McCreary kicked it, you can see in the background when you watch it on TV, because I've watched this fucking 3 times now. You could see Nick Dacos just raise his arms up in the air, and it was just a great feeling. And that's my favourite moment. It's just just having that content feeling we've fucking beat these bastards. And then to top it off, there's one more highlight right at the end. Fucking Brazzy with an absolute fucking monster of a fucking spear tackle on Keys, and Keys soaked it up. And in a game that with so many moments, there's 5 tackles, big tackles that we did in that game. You got Frampton's tackle in the first quarter on Paul Keys, I think it was again, and then you got fucking Shooter's tackle. You got the double fucking tackle from Maynard, and then you got Maynard again right at the end. And like, I'm trying to choose my favorite one, and I can't choose one. Obviously, fucking Brazzy's tackle right at the end, which he didn't even need to do it. He's risking fucking breaking his fucking shoulder. He's just fucking buried him, mate. It's like you didn't need to do that, Braz, but I loved it that you did it, man. It was just fucking great.
I've got two things about that goal, right?
Go on.
One was Houston on the boundary line was absolutely pumped. Like, I've never seen that
Yes,
emotion from him.
I
Like,
noticed
playing for
that,
Collingwood.
Yeah.
You guys saw
because he's
that?
not. Yeah, he's not used to big finals wins, mate. That's why, man. He's fucking crap. Yeah.
I took a lot out of that. Like, I was like, oh, he really means something to him. You know, he's not just there for the cash.
Yeah.
And I actually filmed. I don't know if Chris posted it. Anthony and Chris, I filmed them because I thought the siren was about to go. So I actually filmed them celebrating, and it happened to be that goal. And Chris just lost it, mate. He was smashing high fives everywhere. It was grouse, mate. I think he posted it somewhere. So go and look on his Instagram or whatever.
Okay.
And you'll see it. They were pumped, mate. It was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I can't pick a favorite tackle out of those fucking 5 tackles that I named, but yeah. Yeah. And like,
I think
I like that
Shooter's
tackle Darcy Moore and Parker did.
well, there's another one. There's 6 of them, mate. You know, fuck. It was a game of tackling and intercepts, and it just so many highlights. Great goals too. DC's goal, Geordie's goal. You know, Sidey's 2 goals. Yeah, you know,
especially the one where, because I mean, with that marking contest from Cox, do you guys believe he actually went up for the marks? I reckon he tapped it down. I genuinely believe he tapped it down side bottom.
One of them, it was a straight out palm down to Sidey. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, if that is true, then yeah, I mean, at that point, then yeah, I mean, yeah, if Fox is doing things like that, then I mean, yeah, I don't think McStay has a chance in coming back if he's doing that on purpose.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Black and White United on his one of his videos said they should name the Adelaide Oval the Collingwood Oval because, mate, that's like our home ground. Yeah.
He's not wrong.
The new Victoria Park, it was called.
Yeah.
The Victoria Park in South Australia.
The new MCG.
Yeah.
The new MCG.
Yeah. All right, boys. I'm going to bring in Mr. Kynan. I told him not to fucking work tonight. I'm going to bring him in right now. What's up, brother? There he is, mate.
Oh, lads. First of all, I'm just going to say rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. That happened over in America. That shit was crazy. What the fuck happened today?
Rest in peace,
I
mate.
know.
Sad.
Fucking crazy shit.
It's crazy shit over there, huh? Fuck.
Oh, he was just at a fucking uni and gets shot and he dies.
Yeah. What do you do,
It's actually
man?
been crazy to see the reaction from it too. Like some people just need to pull their heads in.
And the fact that people are mocking him too. It's
Yeah.
The fact that people are mocking him.
Like the
first
dude
of all,
has a wife and 2 kids, and he's just stating his own opinions, his own beliefs, trying to make the world a better place, and he gets shot for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we're all in
Crazy.
agreement there, Kynan.
Yeah, it's fucking. Oh
Yeah,
man.
good call, Kynan.
Oh, I'm emotionally drained. Emotionally drained from today, man. That shit wrecked me.
I've seen the footage of it like too many
Oh, it's
times
fucked.
today.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
fucked.
And that's just 2 days after that poor girl on the train, man, in Charlotte.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, it's.
We better be careful here, mate, in Australia, man. It's fucking,
Real quick.
It's
Slippy,
know,
slippery
man.
slope.
Yep.
We're safe
Anyway,
here in
let's get
Victoria.
back
We've got the
to-
machete bins now, mate. We're all good.
Oh yeah, because they'll do so much. Oh no!
God, this is why I stay
people
away
that-
from
the
politics.
people that legally bought them, what are they? Oh, they're gonna put them in there, and then what? The bad people are still gonna keep them.
We're onto it, mate.
I did say in the description to this video that we're going to go off into tangents and we're going to respect those tangents. So there you go.
Yeah.
Kynan,
Yeah, what's going
your
on?
prelim and grand final dream matches.
Oh, I reckon Brisbane Collingwood rematch. That'll be good. I reckon if it's
Yep.
Gold Coast and they somehow beat Brisbane, we're just gonna pump them and it's gonna be boring.
Yeah.
That's just me. I want to be on edge a little bit. I don't know. I kind of like it when we're on the edge because that means we'll fire up and we'll play better.
Yeah.
And then, mate, I don't know. I'm worried about Geelong if they get through. It's one of our bogey sides. It's just.
Yeah.
Would you be worried about Adelaide, who have just beaten Geelong as well, though?
Yeah, but we just seem to not turn up against them. I don't know what it is.
Look,
We
man,
just.
I reckon we
how's
fucking
this,
smashed
Kynan?
them earlier in
Would
the
you
year,
rather
man.
play Geelong or would you rather play Hawthorn after beating Geelong?
Shit.
You fucked either way pretty well.
But it's a good story if we win.
Yeah.
We get the
Kynan.
premiership for 17 and the monkey off the back.
Kynan, have you seen Manny's message for you here?
I gotta work
Don't
until the
fucking
end
work,
of
bro.
bro. I sent you
Take
a
the whole
goat from
fucking
Greece.
rest of the month off, mate.
Nah, they'll just take the days. They'll just take the days that we're playing off. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm moving in with Manny in Adelaide. Yeah. Nah, I mean,
Go on. Go.
yeah, I mean, oh mate, games this weekend are gonna be hectic. Gold Coast are gonna be coming in. They're gonna be pumped. But I don't think they have the finals know-how to beat Brisbane. And then Hawks versus Geelong, I mean, they play a very similar style of footy. Yeah, I guess it's going to come down to whoever is better on the day, I reckon.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell, I reckon, so far.
Well, what was your highlight of the Adelaide game? There's so many highlights. Have you got one that fucking is your main, the one that you love the best?
I'll give you a top three. The best I can do.
Go
I can't decide a top one. I reckon Nick Dacos kick from the wing on his left foot, chipping it back into the corridor.
Oh, right at the start, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably up there. That's just such a hard kick to do, and it just demonstrated such skill with the ball.
Yeah.
Uh,
You just knew he was on, with Nick, mate. When he starts like that, he's on, mate.
Yeah.
And you knew, mate. He's got the kicking boots on, mate. He's going to have a good one. And I'll tell you what, he didn't have a big game. Yeah, he only had 24 posies, but it's
every disposal meant something.
It was probably one of his best under 25 disposal games.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
would say.
I would say the second one was Brozzy's double tackle in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Dumps him to the ground, jumps over him, and spear tackles the other guy. That was fucking.
Yeah.
That was pretty nice. And then I reckon the Jordan DeGoey goal.
Yeah.
Just
You could tell it
the
and meant a
amount
lot to
of
him.
the amount of second efforts that the team put in
Oh, yeah.
to get the ball free. Ned
Yeah.
Long handballs it forward to Geordie. Geordie puts it on the left, snaps the goal.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
It,
Fucking one thing I haven't mentioned is fucking Ned Long's fucking third quarter. Fuck
that
me
was
dead.
hectic.
He was probably involved in all the goals. And I loved Sidey's, I think it was Sidey's second goal where Ned Long had the free kick from the centre square and he's looked into the 50, all right, and he's seen, all right, this is a set play we've been doing, yeah, fucking bomb it long to Mason Cox, he brings it to ground, fucking Checkers is just fucking standing on the goal line with Keane next to him. Keane can't leave him alone because he'll just be free to fucking kick an easy goal. So their backmen are jumping up with Cox. So Long is just booted at the presence of mind. He's just booted it Long, and he set up Geordie with the handball, and it was just fucking everywhere, man. And who's that bloke? What's his name? Jeff White, the one, the guy that does the first use videos. He really highlighted it in his video, which Matthew suggested that I do a reaction video too, which I'm scared to do because I'm been copping all these fucking copyright fucking strikes.
I don't.
I'm going to get booted off YouTube.
his
I just
channel.
get started, mate.
I think if you
strikes or
review his
claims?
channel,
Because
it won't be an
claims are
issue.
different.
If I go straight from his channel,
Yeah, I think you should be okay.
yeah. I sent him like 3 days ago on the comments. I did this little thing. I just, hi, Jeff, I love your videos. I'd like to do a reaction video. Can you give me permission? But he didn't reply. But he's probably getting so many fucking comments. Yeah, probably didn't
Is
even
that
see
Jeff
it.
White, the ex-Melbourne player?
Yes, yeah. And I'll tell you what,
So,
he looks nothing like I remember Jeff White looked like.
What?
his mum Sue is my wife's mum's best friend.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, she
He
knew.
does
she knew
great
him growing
videos,
up,
man.
and he's
Yeah.
a good bloke. Yeah, good
That's
bloke.
He-
was Jeff
his
White the
son-
ruckman? The ruckman?
Yeah, Jeff
Yeah,
White, man.
yeah.
No way, that's
He's-
the same guy.
It's him, man. It's him. I was fucking surprised as well because, like, he's obviously fucking like 20 years older, yeah, than from
He's
what
got
we
like a white
remember him
hair,
as,
isn't he?
you know. And he's grayer, and you know,
He's got a father-son
yeah.
coming next year, I think.
No,
yeah,
this
he's
year.
got a son.
He's he just nominated for Melbourne, I think, because he was also
Yeah,
tied
yeah.
to the Gold Coast as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's up in
I'm
Queensland. now, yeah.
I'm pretty sure they just confirmed that last week. So he'll be at Melbourne next year.
yeah.
That's who he's nominated, from what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he play 100 games for Freo as well?
Yep. Sure did. That's how he
Okay.
knows Brodie Holland.
Oh, okay.
They're mates.
All right.
Yeah,
there you
yeah.
go.
They played a year together.
Oh, okay. Hey, fellas, I've got Andreas from Black and White United. He's going to jump on and talk to us. So I'm just going to bring him on right
Yeah.
now.
I was watching one of his videos recently.
Andreas,
What's happening, boys? How are we?
how are you,
Hey,
bro?
Hey.
Yeah, not bad, man.
Yeah, not
What do you
too
got
bad.
for us, bro? I'm expecting a fucking scoop, mate. Come on, give us the fucking exclusive, mate.
Exclusives. Well, I can confirm that one of the things I told you on one of your shows about a month or so ago about redevelopments and stuff like that came to fruition with the Victoria Park stuff. So that headline
Yep.
got dropped recently. So that was all happening. I'm still waiting for the one for the AOI Centre and the social club and stuff to be built, but that's probably about 12 months away, I reckon.
Yeah.
So otherwise, there's not too much scoop that I have at the moment. The interest in Caminiti from St Kilda is real, and I think that's because, a personal opinion, is the fact that they're probably getting all these players coming in and stuff like that, and he might be pushing for selection because they're probably a bit stacked down in defence now.
Yeah.
Do
you
and
like
we're
him?
looking. Sorry.
Do you like him?
Well, not after he fucking gave Murphy a bit of a concussion and gather round a couple of years ago. He's ever since then. I've had a bit of a he's had a bit of a target on his head in my mind. But
As a player,
if it fits the role, then yeah, I'm all about if they fit the role. But I don't think that he'd be starting before the other ones that we've got at the moment. If you want my honest opinion, for squad depth and stuff like that, yeah, I'd take him for like squad depth, especially if we're going to get rid of players like Markov and with TJ and Jacob Ryan can't get a decent run at the moment. Then you take him as extra backup for sure. That's pretty much all I've got at the moment. There's nothing too much, but obviously the Bobby Hill stuff will come into fruition. I did go to training yesterday. I think if there was a game on this week, I don't think that he'd play the way he was running. He looked like he was getting comfortable, but there was still a little bit of and I was just talking to him on the boundary as well. And he goes, and he actually said, almost there. And you could tell that he's wrapped that we won because he gets the extra week off, I think if we were playing this weekend though, I do think Bobby Hill would be seriously considered. So I think he's a lock for the prelim. But that's provided that he obviously does everything that he needs to leading up to it. But I did want to come on and say you were talking about like moments in the game against Adelaide and stuff. There was one moment, and obviously watching it back and stuff, but there was one moment that I thought was really important was when Cox gave away the free kick, which it is a free kick to Adelaide because the ruckman didn't have clear possession of the ball. He was tapping it, and because his arm was being held, that's holding the man every day of the week. Yeah. So
I'll give that. I was just being one-eyed, man.
Yeah, same
Go
here.
on.
So 100%. But so it's a free kick to Adelaide. I think the umpire was very quick to pay the 50-meter penalty for not giving the ball back. Like, give the guy a fucking extra couple of seconds, mate. Seriously, but whatever. He's given away the 50. We've coughed up the goal, but then seconds later, he's taken a really important mark on the wing. Now, Mason Cox last season would have given away the 50-meter penalty, stuffed up the mark, and shit would have been backwards, right? And he'd be dropped next week regardless of however he played for the rest of the game. The fact that he was able to take that mark and sort of settle the nerves a little bit was massive because at that point in the game, it was an arm wrestle and Adelaide was starting to get on top a little bit. And I just thought it was a moment of calm composure, which was really important for us moving forward. And the fact that we actually went up at halftime in front, I thought was massive because we were because a couple of weeks before we had that grouse first quarter, 5-1, and then the second quarter it was 5-1 the other way, and they went up in front. You know what I mean? So the fact that, and I said it in my preview, it'll be an arm wrestle, the game, but then in the third quarter we just show the maturity, show the experience. I just had this feeling that in the third quarter we were just going to turn it on. Did I think we were going to turn it on the way that we did? No. But I thought that we were going to obviously really set ourselves up. I do wish though in the last quarter we sort of put them to the sword a bit, and it wasn't until the last couple of minutes that I was sitting there relieved. It would have been nice to enjoy, at least, 8 minutes of let it soak in that we're going to a prelim, but we should know as Collingwood supporters over the last few years that's just fucking not possible. No.
It was a good 8 minutes of Presti play, wasn't it, mate? That lockdown shit.
It was just lockdown, but the good thing was, and you guys said it just before I came on, like we wasted time really smart, like the way that we did it, and it was like they were just knowing that like let's just run it down because the clock's against them. When it got to like 6 minutes or 5 minutes, in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, okay, we're gonna have to really stuff this up to allow them back in this game. I didn't mind the fact that it was an arm wrestle when the time was ticking and it was going against them, but at the same time, fuck, it would have been nice just to kick another earlier one, really, just to rub it in. But yeah, I don't know. This weekend's going to be massive. I really hope, regardless, I said it in the chat before, regardless of what happens, I hope that Gold Coast and Brisbane just absolutely smash the shit out of each other. And that if we do get Brisbane, which I think we probably will, they're even more battered and bruised than what they are going into the game.
Yeah. Who would you rather play in a granny, mate?
Oh, I really hate looking too far forward, but I think that we'd be laughing if we played Adelaide. It'd be funny as because Rankin would come back, and I think the crowd would just absolutely snap him in half. And I think we'd beat them quite comfortably, to be honest. But I don't think they're going to make it. I actually think they're going to get beaten by Hawthorn this weekend. I think Hawks are just going to be too good for them. And then, I think Geelong, a lot of Geelong supporters I've spoken to in the content creator scene and stuff like that have also been really worried about playing Hawthorn. They're more worried about playing Hawthorn in a prelim final than what they are playing us in a grand final.
Fuck.
So that's saying something.
Yeah.
So,
Because also Geelong have also shut the bed in prelims, right? Would that be the reason?
I think so. But also, I feel as if the game, if it's Hawthorn and Geelong, it's going to have that Easter Monday sort of vibe to it.
Yeah.
And anything happens on those games. But the other scoop I've got for you too is if Hawthorn defeats Adelaide and it's a Geelong Hawthorn prelim final, I am very certain that our game is going to be the Friday night game, and then Geelong and Hawthorn will go to a twilight on the Saturday because it would allow either Gold Coast or Brisbane, if they win, to have that extra day to get back home and then obviously come back to Melbourne early for the grand final parade. That's what
Brisbane or
I'm
Gold
hearing.
Coast will only have a 6-day break for the Friday game, so that's why they might not do that. They might give both teams a 7-day break from the semis.
I still think, it's interesting. You've got to allow them. You've got to allow the Gold Coast and Brisbane to have that extra day because they've got to come to Melbourne.
I think they'll do twilight Saturday for us versus the Queensland teams, and then they'll get that night to fly out, and then technically they've got a 7-day break.
Yeah, but if they play on if they play on the Friday, if we play on the Friday, then they get technically
an
8-day break, which is what they would want because they've got to come back on the Thursday because the grand final parade's on the Friday.
It's true too. It's just a matter of who the AFL thinks where the break is needed. Do you want a 6-day and then an 8-day, or do you want a 7 and a 7? I guess I don't know. What would you pick as the team? I'd probably take the 7-day break.
I would take the 7-day break too. But I mean, if we win, to be honest, it'd be either way. It's fine if we win, because we'd be used to it too with all the hype and the events and stuff like that. That has to happen. But yeah, I wouldn't say the shoe-in for the Saturday twilight for us is going to happen yet. But if it does happen, and we play on the Friday, and Geelong and Hawthorn play on the Saturday twilight, that's going to feel like an Easter Monday clash.
Yeah. Can I ask you, Andreas?
Out of each other.
Be grand final vibes as well.
Mm.
Yeah, grand final vibes if that happens.
Yeah. Have we got any chance in getting Merritt from Essendon?
Oh man, hopefully when I wake up in the morning and I've had a nice dream about it, I wake up to some tabloid article from some shit cunt journalist like John Ralph saying that he's coming over, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think Collingwood would absolutely love him to be on their books, and we tried to get him a
Fucking
few
no.
years ago before he signed, but for some reason he was deluded enough to think that Essendon were going to play finals football, and he re-signed for him. He'd be a premiership player now if he if he decided to come for us. So, but the good thing is that we didn't approach his management.
Yeah.
They've approached us. So
Okay, he's shopping himself around hard, huh?
Yeah. Well, look, how's this part? Apparently, he's met with Richmond. Now, what I don't understand is the talk is that you want to leave Essendon to play in a side that's in the premiership window. Fair enough, 100%. Yeah. Why on earth would you meet up with Richmond? I 100% fully understand that Richmond's youngsters are, they're cooking something good down there with their kids and everything like that. In a few years, they're going to be back in the finals, especially if they have the wild card thing next year. They're a serious chance of finishing 10th. You know what I mean? So they're going to be okay in a few years. So I get where he's coming from there. But is he going to be there in 5 years? Is he still going to be playing in, 5, 6, 7 years? I think he'll be pushing towards the end of his career then, yeah? So he need to come to a side that's realistically playing in the top 6 now. So if he's why is he meeting up with Richmond? And I think that's because simply, I don't even think he cares where he goes. I think he just wants out more than anything else.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. I reckon it's almost at a point for him. It's gotten that toxic that he's probably just said, you know what? Richmond are probably a team likely to be able to get a deal done. If I can't get to a team that's going to challenge for a flag, I just want to get out of here. Full stop. I think it's probably at that point.
Richmond have got the picks. Richmond have got the
draft
picks.
currency.
They got players and picks. They can do any deal to satisfy Essendon, I would have thought. Whereas, a team like us, I can't see how we'd be able to satisfy them at all.
This is how far package we could do is a Houston trade, which is a first and a second. And I don't think Essendon would take that.
Yeah, so if we could do the deal with them, like obviously they're going to want like a first round as at least one first round as an absolute like non-negotiable with them. Do we even have that now or not?
Yeah, we do. So. We got it for next year in 27.
So we'll give them a future.
Yeah. So for this draft now coming, we don't have a first round pick. Is that what you're saying?
No, because we use it for Houston.
Okay, so we'd have to effectively trade a player out for a first round pick, and then on trade that first round pick to Essendon, and then we'd probably need to give them, some second rounders as well as a player or two. And the only thing that I could think that would possibly even open the eyes of Essendon, you'd have to get a player that's a young player and a player that's obviously starting in our side or has made his mark. And the only ones that I can think of would be like someone like an Ed Allen, someone like a Harry DiMattia would have to be somewhere in that you would offer up.
I'm just going to go to the bathroom, lads. I'll be back.
Harrison, I'm 50-50
I want to keep Harrison, though.
Yeah, I'd like to keep him. Well, the other one that I was thinking that what Essendon need, like quite a lot, like they're losing their defenders. So I'd even chuck Reef in the conversation, to be honest, to see because we've just signed him too. So we'd have to trade him if something happened there. I'm just trying to think of like who would you want because I don't think they'll be getting rid of any premiership players. And you're not going to touch any of the, like you're not going to touch a Ned Long. He's too important to us. So I don't think a deal can be done. It's very similar to the Petrarca situation from last year where we just don't have the currency to do it. If the rule changed and we were able to access the draft in a couple of years' time and use first round picks, then I think we'd throw everything at Essendon and say, get this bloke in our side because he can carry.
You know what? you know what, Andreas? I think the key differences between Petrarca and Merritt is Petrarca wanted out because of what he felt Melbourne had done to him and their culture, whatever.
Mm.
But Merritt seems to be more selfish to me. And they're both great players. But can you imagine a Collingwood captain shopping himself around? Can you imagine a Tony Shaw or a Gavin Brown or a Nathan Buckley for all to see going out there? And you imagine Tony Shaw going and having a meeting with Carlton. That's
Hey, Matt.
the equivalent. That's the equivalent.
I present to you Peter Moore.
I was just about to say Peter Moore, I think, was probably the last one, wasn't it?
Remember that famous banner?
What was it? No, I can't.
You have Trump me there, and I buried that memory to the back of my mind. But you did Trump me there. The when he left for Melbourne, that banner was more filth.
Yeah. Yeah. But he was just sick of losing game finals, mate.
It was different circumstances, but that is a good example.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'd be taking Petrarca far quicker than I would Merritt. I still think Merritt's a good player, obviously, but there's just something about Merritt that just doesn't sit well with me. Like even with like Stringer, apparently he was like pro Stringer when he was there. There's just like certain things, like certain vibes, like he just doesn't really. I don't think he advocates like a. It's not that he doesn't advocate for a good culture, but I think he sort of, because he's obviously captain, it's obviously his job to pull people into line to a certain point. Yeah. But when you have players like Stringer, and we know how that's gone in terms of like how he was off field, on field, things like that. I'm sort of not really like, I guess at the end of the day you would take him, but I guess it would depend on what price. I'd be probably more. I'd probably be more focused on the Petrarca if he was willing to leave, because I still think that's a very real possibility.
Shawnee, good point. He's also Petrarca's more inside and out, where Merritt's more of a outside midfielder.
Yeah,
and also Petrarca can play forward.
Yeah.
I think Petrarca
imagine a round 1, 2026, and we're playing whichever side, and we've basically got Jordan De Goey and Petrarca rotating into the mids and forwards. Like it's even though Petrarca will be 30 and De Goey will be about 29, but you get that for maybe 4 or 5 years. I mean, that's a pretty awesome combo right there.
Yeah, I don't actually think, and this is my real personal belief, and obviously the stuff that I've said tonight is, what would it take to get him over, because that's just what Essendon are going to want. And at the end of the day, Essendon are in the fortunate position to say, no, like, you're staying, or if you go, we're gonna make bank here, pretty, like, a lot. Whereas from a Collingwood supporter's point of view, I'm looking at our midfield and I'm thinking to myself, he would make us better, but I don't think we really need him, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think I think it's more, look, if he's available and we can get him, all right, come over. But I don't think it's a need. I think the need would be a defender. The need's going to be another forward soon, because there's a real chance the Triple M's won't be there next year. We'll only have 2 of them. And there's other holes to fill. Like, I'd be more inclined to go shopping for a ruckman, if anything, because I know we've got Steen and Smith signed up, but who knows what's going to happen with Coxie next season. And you'd sort of want an established ruckman to come in if Cox goes, to back up DC. Otherwise, you're going to have to throw one of the new boys in there. And, how much game time are they going to get? Is it going to be too much for them? So, I get Merritt will be good for us, but we've got potentially the best outside midfielder that the game's ever seen, let's be real, in our side. And I don't really think that Merritt is. I personally think he's a little bit overrated, but that's just because I hate Essendon more than anything. But I'm he's had a few good games against us, whatever. But if there was a way to get either one of Petrarca or Merritt, I'd be moving heaven and earth to get Petrarca in the side even this year.
Yeah. It's probably safe to say we're not going to get a big fish next year, yeah?
No, I think it's safe to say we're not going to get a big fish this year. I think next year we're really in for either Butters or King from Gold Coast. I think them two are the two serious ones. Do I think we'll get Butters? No, I think I would prefer Butters. I don't think we get him, but I really do think the whole Ben King move is well and truly alive. I think they're putting a lot of eggs into that basket to get him over.
Andres, you mean we don't have the draft picks to get Butters? Is that what you mean?
For this season, yeah. Because
he's
I think it's also just more. It's just business sense to get him next year when he's a free agent. Because
that's what I was. That's what I was asking.
And also as well too, when it comes to the free agency, yes, he's restricted. But if you actually look over the years, there's a very small chance that Port will even match. I think the last one from memory was Cameron from Giants to Geelong. But also as well, like Geelong knew ahead of time that hey, the Giants are going to match. You're going to have to cough up. I mean, there could be a situation where it plays out like that, but I mean, but then again, I mean, I feel like clubs are I don't know. I guess it depends if you want to look at it in a good way or a bad way. But I feel like a lot of clubs are too nice these days. So as long as the compensation is decent for Port, I don't think they'll probably match because
I don't think they will.
if we're going to go after Butters and say we give him say 1.5 mil just as a example, if that nets say Port Adelaide pick 2 in the draft, I think they probably just go, yeah, no, off you go, Butters. We'll take you pick a kid to pick 2, and we'll pick up the second best midfielder or the best midfielder in the draft, and they sort of wipe their hands clean with him. Where if they matched it, then it's like okay, now it's on Collingwood to go find picks. Where if our picks are at best picks, if our best pick is say pick 15, let's just say for example, like that's going to be so much harder for us to get the picks when they could just like not match and then they get like pick 2 or whatever. Especially if we're paying him like premium money.
You've also got to understand too, and that's spot on what you've just said, but we're probably going to, this time next year, not going to have Pendlebury and Howe, and then you've got other delistings and stuff that will happen. So our salary cap space in 12 months' time, with the cap going higher as well, is going to be massive. So we're going to have that power to get at least one real big fish in 12 months' time. So provided that we have a good season next year and we're still an attractive destination club and nothing, like no shit hits the fan, I don't see us not getting a big fish next season. If we can land one this year as well, which I don't think we will, but if we could, then we've technically landed Houston one year, a big fish this year, and then next year either King or Butters. That's pretty massive.
Yeah. I think
also,
the King acquisition makes sense because we've seen my check on the way out last year, or could be moving on. Elliott last year could be moving on. Who knows? Membry, he'll be gone the end of next year, more than likely. It just makes a lot of sense that Ben King's the one that they'll throw the kitchen sink at. We were chatting a couple of weeks ago, what would you pay him? What would you pay him? Look, at the end of the day, Our forward line's going to be pretty much non-existent by the end of next year. If you got to pay him 1.5, 1.6, whatever it is, I think that's the obvious one next year. I think we'll let other clubs battle out the Butters thing, because look, to be perfectly honest with you, the way contracts are going, Butters is probably going to be demanding close to $2 million. Would be the sort of club that would offer that sort of money? I don't think so. I think Footscray is going to be the team that's potentially, going to throw the kitchen sink at him. He's a Western Districts boy as well. So, look, could be one of those things where it's just one big smoke screen, but it just makes a lot of sense to me that we throw the kitchen sink at King.
Yeah.
And then you'd have a forward line with King and West would be your two focal points moving forward in your forward line, which I think is pretty good considering how West went this season in the VFL and he's 19 years of age. I think is pretty good. The other one I think Butters is going to be really attracted to is Hawthorn. I think they're probably right in the mix for him as well. So we'll see what happens there, but it's all fun and games. As soon as the season's over for us, I think these things are going to start rolling pretty quickly. Like I'm talking before the end of Mad Monday, we're going to hear some pretty certain things that are going to happen. Did hear though that a surprising second best on ground performance for the VFL scratchy that we had was actually Ash Johnson. Believe it or not,
wow.
He turned it up quite heavily in that scratchy.
Yeah.
I don't think he's there next year, but I wouldn't be surprised if they rewarded him another rookie contract, considering that obviously he broke his leg this year and he's just been interrupted, and they would have given him another go if there was room there. But yeah, I don't know. It's. I think for him, the time's up, and our forward line's going to get a complete restructure over the next 2 seasons.
Yep. Also, as well, just real quick,
keep Ash.
what's your take on the Sydney Ford Buller and the Backman Blight? Do you reckon there's any chance we get those players?
I like Buller.
I think Blight's almost a certainty.
Yeah, I've heard for a while that we're really into him.
Yeah, I heard even before he got delisted and stuff like that we were quite interested in him. The Sydney bloke, I'm a footy nerd, but to be honest with you, I didn't really pay attention to him until sort of the back end of the season. So I mean, if we were to lose someone like a Mycheck, it sort of makes sense if that makes sense to put him in, and to give him a go.
If it's out of him and Amanidi, I'm taking Buller without hesitation.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's not even close.
Yeah, but
and Buller's versatile as well.
Yeah,
and he's also 199 centimeters, which is a forward that we're not used to.
Big.
Yeah.
We do need a defender though, and this is where I think the club was pretty pissed off that they got played with the whole sauce shit. Like
played.
We need, and look, to be honest with you, from what I was told, and this is coming from the mouth of a former Carlton player who's very close to the family, like straight to me, that he was 100% committed to going to Collingwood, and it wasn't until the 11th hour St Kilda decided, no, let's offer it to him. And then when he saw the potential offer, I mean, anybody in their right mind would jump at that. So I understand, but as a Collingwood supporter, it's pretty disappointing because he's not an A+ player. He's a B+, if anything, but he suits what we need. And I think that's the biggest thing.
Puzzle piece that we need,
It's just that missing piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
With respect that's your friend, I find that very hard to believe that it was a last-minute effort. With his dad there as the list manager, I don't buy that.
I bought it when Tom Morris reported it, probably about, what was that, 4 or 5 days before it was announced. As soon as he said it, I thought, fuck. If St Kilda have
And
entered the
that's not
race here,
last minute.
compared to like the certainty of him coming to us, it would have been towards that. I mean, you
Yeah,
still
it
got
would
to
have
do
been
medicals.
within the last
You
2
still got to do
weeks, maybe
medicals and all that
months.
type of stuff.
Let me paint a scenario. How about this for a conspiracy theory?
Okay.
What if Sauce and Jack had that idea up their sleeve, or
It would
even
make-
Gubby's in on it?
I'm
This
the
is
biggest
what we're going to
conspiracy
do. We're going to
theorist
bring
going
Collingwood into the mix. We're going to bring the Bulldogs into the mix. We're going to just get everyone talking about it, make it look like, oh, everyone wants Jack Silvani. Then when he goes to St Kilda, he's got more value. If he just went straight to St Kilda on whatever it was, 800 grand over 4 or 5 years, was it?
850.
He just
Yeah.
goes straight to St Kilda. How smelly does that look? But what we do is we'll get Collingwood and the Bulldogs involved, make it look like it's a last-minute thing for St Kilda to get involved. Nah, it stinks.
I wouldn't
It
be
looks like he's in
surprised
demand.
if that was 100% accurate. Like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if that was accurate. But from what I got told, it was like he had spoken to both. He had spoken to Jack Silvani, and he said that he wants to come to Collingwood. So that's when I was like, oh, I'm running with this. This is awesome, blah, blah, blah. But then, yeah, the whole Tom Morris broke the story, and then it was just downhill from there. But it could have been already pre-planned to just play the two clubs off each other to see who would budge for more. And I think what confirms that more than anything is the fact that Carlton didn't even try. And that was the thing. Like, if Carlton wanted him as much as they say they did, they would have at least offered him another 100K more than what Collingwood was.
Totally. I'm not giving Carlton a pass. Absolutely. But you put yourself in Stephen Silvani's shoes, and he's a bitter man, and he's bitter against the Carlton Footy Club. He's going, you know what? I would love to get my son out of there. You know what? I can't decide whether I want him to come to St Kilda on more money, or it would even hurt Carlton more if he went to Collingwood. I've got a plan. Let's drive Carlton insane, thinking he's going to Collingwood, but he's actually going to end up on my list with more money.
And for no reason, suck the Bulldogs.
Yeah, just bring the Bulldogs into there as well. But like Manny made a good point. Now I'm glad we don't have him. I was all for him coming, but now I want to go. I want to go sit with the Carlton boys. I want to go sit with the jumper punch boys in the first game Carlton plays against St Kilda, and just give it to Jack and De Koning with those boys.
And then
that's if he gets onto the field,
boys. You sit you sit next to the boys from the jumper punch, and then as soon as Sauce gets the ball, say, "We didn't want you anyway. You're shit," and then you can see them really getting fired up.
Oh yeah. It was. Mick might be old enough to remember the Could Have Been Champions.
Yeah. Yep.
Do you remember the in the 80s they had a song that was it was to the tune of Putting on the Ritz, but it was at the time in the mid 80s, all of these has been Carlton players like Wow Jones.
St Kilda.
They went to St Kilda.
Yeah.
It's called Playing for the Saints. Let me see if I can find it. Great song. Anyway, go on, boys. I'll see if I can find that song.
Yeah. But with we dodged a bullet there, I reckon, with Silvani.
Look, we don't want that toxic shit Carlton culture at our club.
Yeah.
You know, I've been big on that. And that's ties into a little bit of the merit thing from before. I just don't want these toxic players from these shit clubs. It just seems like there's always issues with these sort of players, you know. I'd much rather just steer clear of them full stop, no matter what their sort of football.
I've got our own shit to worry about with Bobby and stuff like that too at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, that takes priority over everything.
Like Jack Silvani, for example, look, you don't know what to believe, who to believe, but I know a few people that sort of grew up with him. Apparently, he was fit for like the last 6 games of the year, and chose not to play. So,
Wow.
it just, these things that, it's just like, what toxic shit is that? It just, I don't know. I just, once I sort of heard that and then he was linked to Collingwood, I'm like, oh, okay, well, he's probably sitting out because he just wants his body right for next year or whatever. But then with all the other shit that happened, I'm just like, thank God we missed out on him. I don't want those players at my club. No matter how good a football they are, I think there's something to be said about having good people before having, the football sort of side of it. And put it this way, even with his statement that he sort of said as his goodbye to Carlton, that I'll always be a Carlton supporter, I think he wrote in his sort of farewell message. What do you mean you'll always be a Carlton supporter? You're going to go play at another club, mate. What is this crap?
And those supporters that you say you're a supporter with are gonna hang over the fence and give it to you, something vicious, and you're gonna go back and being a Carlton supporter when your AFL career finishes, please.
Yeah, what crap is that? What? So you're gonna go pull another jumper, but you're still a Carlton supporter? What? So imagine if he came to Collingwood and he's written that crap. I would instantly be like, I don't get rid of this guy instantly. That would be my thought. I want Collingwood people, Collingwood players. Collingwood is everything. And this ties back into the whole thing of, that's why you got a club like St Kilda who haven't won anything for 150 years. Because if that's the sort of
culture.
If that's the sort of crap you're putting up with, I would have been there on day one with him if I was Ross Lyon. I would have said, "What's this crap? What you're still going to be a Carlton supporter? What are you talking about, mate?" I think we've dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, and how lucky are we? I was on Anthony's channel. Some of you guys might have been as well, and they were watching the Josh Dacos was being interviewed as like a press conference, and one of those idiot commentators asked about, was it the booing or no, the swearing? I think saying the F word, and you only have to watch Josh or Nick Dacos get interviewed and listen to how classy they are. And this is just what our culture attracts these type of people and makes this type of attitude and personality encouraged. You can just tell those boys are just well brought up, and it just bleeds through the whole team. Like, we're very lucky to have such we just got good blokes who play for us.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually got anyone who's had a media press conference that's, touch wood, that hasn't stuffed it up or hasn't, been rude or anything like that. I saw the Sunday Footy show after the Adelaide game. Lachie Schultz was being interviewed. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I thought it was one of the worst interviews from the commentator's behalf I've ever seen them do, to be honest. And Schultz handled it quite well, but it was sort of like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I can't remember every single question, but you could just tell in Lachie Schultz's body language, like he was a bit like you guys are fucked, sort of thing, Just some of the questions were a bit left of center or whatever. But I don't think it's been years since I don't even remember the last time we've had a player being interviewed that has been that's done a shit interview, to be honest. I think even when Ginnivan was with us, I thought he was still handling himself in the media quite well, with all the pressure that was thrown on him, especially from Kane Corns. So if they do media training at the club, they're obviously doing a really good job. But with the Dacos boys, they're just brought up with it. They're just different breed, both of them.
Yeah.
Right, I'm back from the
bathroom. Come from a good family.
You reckon we could get Peter to sort of free some more so we can have some more Dacos boys in the next?
I know, mate. Throw a leg over Peter. Fuck it, hell.
Don't even. Just like go into a cup and go to the bank and freeze them. And
Did you guys hear that story a couple of years ago when Peter Dacos was talking about how they would kick the footy in the
Brownlow in the hallway,
in the living room or in the hallway or something, and his wife had a go at him and said, "What are you doing? You know, you're going to break something." He goes, "Hey, that left foot is going to be our holiday house one day."
Yeah, it's our beach house one day. What are you doing?
That's right. Yeah. Great.
Oh man, how fucking privileged are we, man, to see the dad and these two sons, man. It's fucking unbelievable.
Imagine if the grandsons are even fucking better.
Oh. Boomer's here. I didn't see it. I'm going to add Boomer in. Boomer from the Grampians.
Hey, how are you guys? You fucking Joe Richards me.
How are you, pal?
You leave me here fucking sitting on the exercise bike while the rest of you are ranting and raving about every fucking thing. Oh, Jesus, I'm going to go play for fucking Port Adelaide. Oh, fuck, strike that from the record. I won't go that far, but you do it again, buddy. I'm going to be looking at our contract. Okay, guys. My grand final finish. Here we are. It's out of the centre.
He's been waiting ages for this.
Mason Cox palms it down to the centre. He's got it to Nick. Nick's kicked it down. It's punched away from Checkers. Straight back to Nick, to DeGoey, who swings on a sixpence and puts it over their head. Collingwood, 15 seconds to go. 15-15, 105. Hawthorn, 15-14, 104. This could be the Pies' great season ender as they defeat the Hawks by 1 point. Oh, hang on. There's been an appeal, a score review. Isaac Rankin said he thinks the ball didn't go in a straight line. We're reviewing. No, it's a goal, and Rankin's a wanker. There's my grand final. What do you think?
I like it, man. I like it. How you been, mate?
Oh, well, it's been a bit quiet. But I've got to say, look, I listened to Craig Kelly a couple of weeks ago on 774, and he pretty much got something. This is going to stop all the speculation. He said, APB, right? All points bulletin to anyone. If you can get a good contract, for a couple of years and more money, don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. So you want to play these games like Checkers and Jamie Nell, whose manager's not in the country, by the way, but he's playing these games. Chingwood. Okay, we've got a player we want to sell. Let's tie him to Collingwood. I've heard so many fucking names. I've seen Tex Walker in a Collingwood jumper for the last 10 years. They always say, and this is the way the player managers are, we'll tell them they're going to Collingwood and then we'll get top dollar. Just like what you said with son of Serge, that is exactly what happened. Silvani got Rossi's Nepo baby by saying, we'll play off Collingwood. The Bulldogs, they just said, oh, yeah, we'll have a crack. And Sozza said, thank you very much. I just happened to be the vice manager. Someone's feeding back. So there you go. Like, oh, my son, who's this guy? Jack Silvani. Geez, that name's familiar. Is that my son? Have I got a son called that name? Like, that was so played. I reckon Soz was on his way to St Kilda when DeConing was singing When the Saints Go Marching In. I reckon it's been done for months. What are your thoughts, guys? Yeah.
I think with the Craig Kelly side of things, you're spot on with that. And he also said the same thing on Triple M mid-season. And he said that in regards to Braden Maynard. And Maynard had literally signed the contract the week after. He said that. Because obviously North Melbourne had the offer there in front, but he took the offer at Collingwood, which was for less money. I think it was the same duration contract, but for less money, and he's taken it at Collingwood. So I wouldn't be surprised if we hear that one of them have re-signed, but if we do hear that one of them's re-signed, I think it's more that we'll hear Jamie Elliott. I really do think Checkers wants that 3-year deal.
But, the manager's OS right now.
He won 3 years when he's 32, though, and he's like,
how
many injuries has he had?
But this is the thing. Collingwood aren't stupid. He's playing. He'll be 33 at the start of next season. Yeah. So he wants a 3-year contract. The bloke's gonna be 36 by the time he finishes. I'm sorry, you're not playing to the same age as Beatles. the way that your body is at the moment. Like,
Yep.
seriously. So go to North Melbourne if that's the case. Take the offer. Open up our forward line spots. I've got no issues. If we had to lose one of the two, I'm losing Checkers before I'm losing Elliott for 2 years, and that I think
Me too.
everybody will agree on.
It shouldn't even be a conversation.
too.
Like Elliot,
Yeah.
like I mean, you just got to look at the qualifying final. Elliot kicks 4, Checkers kicks 5 behinds. Like, you know,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, like when these situations are happening, you just got to look at the actions. Look at their actions, and that's telling you what their intentions are. Well,
Well,
probably
I
not
here's the
think it
intentions, but just
ties
like
back. I think it ties back into the Ben King thing as well.
Mm.
Whereas Collingwood potentially know, look, we might have King on the hook for the end of next year. So, you know, there's no real pressure to keep Checkers. You know, if he does get a great deal elsewhere, it's sort of like, all right, we'll make do with Dan McStay and Membry for an extra year or whatever until, you know, the void gets filled sort of thing. I reckon they're
yeah,
just
and we
being
can rotate
smart for
ours and
once.
West.
Yeah, I think
in there.
finally we've just decided to be smart with these older guys, you know, where you just got to say, look, 2 years is generous in my view, you know. If I was in charge, I'd probably be saying one at a little bit more money, and that's
Well,
it, you know.
Can I add in something extra here from what Craig Kelly has also said? He actually went out, this was about a month ago, he went out on a limb and said something like, these player managers, all they want to do is sit there and drink coffee and sign up these big 600K deals. I would like it where everyone's getting signed on and off for 2 and 3 year deals. Now, this guy's an ex-player manager saying he wants them to earn their money. So these player managers are trying to get the easy ride, mate. You've got to admit it's the softest gig in footy. But to look at Craig Kelly, he took over the club this year looking like it could have been a toxic culture. We got a draw where we played everyone who was fucking good for the first 10 weeks, and yet we came cross. It ends up Carlton, who had a home draw and probably a flag from what they were thinking, fell out badly. And here we are after a super form slump, sitting in a fucking prelim after top 4. Guys, if you were off at that at the start of the season, you'd be saying, where do I sign up, shut up and take my fucking money? Go Pies, guys. I am so proud of these black and whites now. This team is fucking awesome. And this is one of the great teams in the making, I feel. So, yeah, we're doing it right, guys. Loving it. Sorry, I'm on a rant. I'm a bit charged up. I'm the
No,
excited
just on
son.
that. Just on that, if Checkers was to leave, which I think is a high possibility, do we sign? And I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking. Do we sign Mason Cox up for another year as just insurance, just in case?
Yeah, we do.
Yes, I'm a yes for that.
I heard
Yeah.
Cox
Yes.
might have triggered an extra year actually with that game he played the other night.
Hey,
There
guys,
was a
is he
little bit
going to
of
get
a
it?
rumor going around.
Yeah.
Is he going to get shorter? I don't think so. So tall guys don't
Yeah.
get short. Small blokes get tired and old. Tall blokes don't get short. So there we go, dude. He's always going to be 6 foot fucking Godzilla. So yeah, no, keep him. Sign him up just for the sake of it. He's not costing us fucking Houston or fucking Pez money, is he?
Yeah.
I
With
mean,
Cox,
also as well,
Cool.
like, I mean, technically you could even like delist him and throw him on the rookie list because he's got a senior contract right now.
Nah. Someone will try and fuck us up. Remember what Hawthorn did with someone? They nearly lost that player.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, and to be honest, I think
Oh,
if Essendon have a pick before us in the pre-season draft, I wouldn't be surprised if Essendon picked him up for a year because they're going to get rid of Goldstein and they've just lost Draper. So Essendon don't have a fucking ruckman. So
Yeah,
if Cox
true.
desperately wants to play and earn good money, we'd probably lose him to someone like an Essendon.
Yeah,
and
even Carlton.
they're traditionally talls and shorts, aren't they, Essendon? So they really want their big men. They have to have their 6'7", don't they?
I know it's not Collingwood related, but just on them, do they keep Goldstein now for another year, considering that Sam Draper's gone, or are they just going to go in the market and try and snatch a ruckman from some other club?
I think
mean,
they're
I
just a
guess
shambles.
He does
Yeah.
more than just ruck. I reckon he's a bit of a side bottom out there. He's a bit of an on-field general.
Yeah, I think they're just a shambles. I think they would be at a point where it's knock the whole thing down, start again, sort of thing. So, yeah, I mean, they potentially would, but yeah, they're probably in a deeper hole than getting Mason Cox for a year or something, or
Okay.
getting
Hey,
Goldstein
guys,
to ruck another year.
can I throw one up from the game we played last week that no one I don't think you've touched? Do you remember when the ball came in for an Adelaide attempted goal and it either hit Frampton's back or something, and that Adelaide player Bullen threw the leg out and tried to do a DC, and then started running back celebrating, yay, that's a goal, which on
Yeah.
review was a point. Now,
Yeah, it was
I
a
don't know
fresh
the exact
area
letter of the
from a
law.
mile off. Yeah.
He didn't touch the ball right. So
Yeah.
is that fucking staging or what? Or have I... That celebration was like staging, in my opinion. I don't know. What do you guys think? Was he staging on that? Let's try and force the goal umpire to soft call a goal.
He might have thought the
100%.
previous off the boot was the goal as well, but I didn't know it hit Billy's head, so I actually thought it was a goal before he missed it.
He
Yeah.
did back,
Okay,
actually,
so
I think.
But even previously came off the knee anyway, So
I
yeah.
thought it
I
was
think that
below
was
the
I
knee.
think that was payback for a
Got
couple
it.
of weeks before when they gave us the deliberate out of bounds when Adelaide kicked it over the boundary line at the interchange bench in round 23, and they paid deliberate free kick to Adelaide.
yeah, okay. Mind you, Geelong got off the fucking... Brisbane got off the hook a couple of times against Geelong with fucking Lockie Neal, was it? Or Cam Raider got a couple of soft fucking cock free kicks. Did anyone notice that?
Yeah, that was terrible.
Fucking
That's
terrible, dude. That was you should be back fucking umpiring the fucking under 11s at West fucking Terang if you'd make decisions like that in the final. That was fucking pathetic.
yeah.
You think too in finals they usually put the whistle away a little bit, which is
That
really
was fucking
inconsistent.
cheating.
But in the finals, they tend to be okay. The umpires, like they're not as controversial as they are during the season.
Yeah.
And the fact that they've paid that, like the Tom Stewart push just before that, which was in the separate bit of play, I do think that was a free kick because he clearly pushed the Brisbane player in the chest and the ball was nowhere near him. Like, I think that's a free kick every day of the week. The one where Rayner got bumped first from behind and he took the dive, the umpire should have just told him to get the fuck up and shut up and stop sooking. The other one where Guthrie's run into him, which is where the second free kick was given, that's soft as butter, but Guthrie's fucking stupid. He knows the umpire's paying free kicks like that. Why would you run into him and do that in the first place? It sort of has to be paid though, that second one, because the first one was paid, and that second one was actually harder than the first one, and you're doing it right in front of the goal. You're doing it right in front of the umpire who's just paid it. He's going to pay that 10 times out of 10 because he's been consistently. He's in that consistent mood where he's going to be paying those free kicks. So why would you do that in the first place?
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
So, boys, I'm going to head off. The little one's just started fucking crying. So, but appreciate tonight, boys, and hopefully we can be celebrating. Or actually, we can talk after the semi-finals and sort out who the fuck we're playing against.
Fucking oath, bro.
All right,
Thanks for
take it
coming
easy,
on,
boys.
Andreas.
No worries.
Thanks,
Talk to you
bro.
soon. Cheers, man.
Catch up.
See you, mate.
All right. I've got one guy waiting. I'm just going to put him in. A regular, Tyler from Bris Vegas.
Hey
Tyler,
everyone.
how are you,
Hey,
pal?
Tyler, how are you, mate?
Hey, good, thanks. I've been waiting a long time, Nick.
Sorry, man. Like,
Hey.
there's so many. Like, it's hard to see. Like, when there's a lot of people waiting. Like, I got to scroll down to see who's like waiting, and I'm trying
Yeah,
to.
no,
I'm
all
trying
good.
to keep him with the chat as well. And yeah, sorry, dude.
No, all good, all good.
Just a quickie with the umpires, guys. I mean, yeah, we've got to give the umpires some slack. It's not like they're up in court cases over dodgy Brownlow medals, apart from the one that is today. You know that? There's a
Gambler.
dodgy Brownlow. Fucking not. Anyway, sorry, Tyler. I had to bring up that fucking Brownlow vote fucking umpire today. Sorry, man.
Tyler, your prelim and your granny dream opponent.
I think it's going to be. I think Brisbane's going to make it to the prelim because they always respond after a shit match.
Yeah,
So
they'll be dirty after last week, and Gold Coast felt like they played their fucking granny last week. They might come in flat.
And we completely forget that when we played Brisbane last time, they came off that massive loss against Gold Coast, so they had everything to prove. So
yeah,
they're gonna. I think they're winning, and it's not going to be close.
Yeah.
What
about the granny, mate?
The granny, I'd love Adelaide.
Yeah.
I would also love Geelong. I'm scared of Hawthorn.
Yeah. That's a funny thing. I want Hawthorn, and I'm scared of Adelaide because of the Rankin coming back thing. It might fire him up, you know?
For me, I think if Rankin comes back, I feel like this might be the only time where, like the same as last week, where we get the majority support because of Rankin.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And I think it's one of those final series where it seems like no one wants Geelong to win, no one wants Collingwood to win, no one wants Hawthorn to win.
Yeah.
And that could be the likely scenario that us three might be the final three left standing.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
But
it was kind of...
there was just something that I wanted to just add just to think. I don't want Merritt at all. I think we desperately need any other position but a midfielder. Like I feel like in the midfield we're somewhat stacked.
We got Lockie. Fucking Lockie in the centre, man. He is the king of the centre. Fucking shooter. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Sully because we completely forgot that he exists.
Yeah, no, sorry, I realise that. Yeah, no, I think it would be an insult to Shooter for us to even look at Merritt. He's a fucking, he's a 2-club player. Fuck him. Like, I mean, Lockie came from, Schultz came from Freo with a mission in mind. And he is, in my opinion, one of the biggest black and white spirit jumpers since basically Tony Shaw, other than Bruz. But he reminds me a lot of Tony Shaw with his ticker and the way he just goes in. With regards for his talent, for his ability, for what he does with his talent, very much like Tony Shaw.
Yeah. And that's why I wouldn't have minded Petrarca last year or even this year because you can tell that Melbourne's a toxic club and that he was done dirty by a club that just didn't care for him. Merritt comes with a bit too much baggage because I think it seems like he's the instigator rather than the club.
Yeah.
So that's why
also,
I would have. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to quickly just touch on, because I know someone made a comment like before, just with like about Petrarca and how he's had some pretty bad form. Especially I think it was in the back half. I think that was specifically mentioned. You know, sometimes like you do just have players that do just like completely check out. So you know, as long as we know that they have the talent, you can't misplace talent, and especially when you're in a side where you're mentally and emotionally just not on the same page with like in terms of connection, it's really hard to build momentum and form into a season. So just because so just as long as you have some games where you can like show like with like bits and pieces, especially with what the season has been at Melbourne, like I don't know where they finish. I'm assuming somewhere around 12th or 14th. But yeah, when you're in a side like that, it's it's pretty difficult to sort of get everything like as a whole in terms of like your form. So so in terms of like just speaking about form just on this year alone, like I do see the issues going into next year that he's like 30 and stuff, but at the same time, like we talk about 30-year-olds like they're now 34-year-olds in the current AFL. Like I feel like 30-year-olds now are probably similar to what we speak about maybe like 28, 29-year-olds. Like these guys, if they're professional, which Petrarca is, these guys don't retire till at least 34.
Yeah.
And there's every chance, touch wood with injuries, he could go to a 35, 36. So,
hang on.
Yeah,
interesting record is, yes, we are actually, the average of retired players' age is higher. It's up closer to 33, 34. But the early retirements rate, i.e. ACLs with forced retirement or players don't get recontracted, that's also up too. So it's a really interesting double stat in that we're playing longer, but the ones who don't fall out faster. So it's a hard one. I don't quite know how to explain that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
because
sorry.
it's also, big. Yeah, because then there's also like the concussion stuff. So players are forced to retire as well. I'm sure
Yeah.
that would play a part.
Good call.
I
Yep.
know I think it was a West Coast player, Tom Swift. He retired because he had a what was it? He was going for like a certificate to be like a. I'll completely butcher what the situation was, but he was off to be like a scientist or something. So he was doing studies and stuff, and like because he was doing this like in his like spare time and everything, he was getting all those qualifications to be like a scientist, and he actually got like a job and everything, and like somewhere like I'm assuming somewhere awesome and stuff because he actually retired, not because he couldn't handle the football life, but because his job as a scientist was so demanding from like a time perspective. He couldn't. He literally had to choose, either being like a scientist or being like a footballer. So he chose being a scientist and had to retire. So there's even like things like that come into play.
Josh, what's his name? Josh Thomas for us. Got caught with
Yeah.
cocaine and then retired shortly after. So yeah, there's that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. It's Yeah, but and it's also the thing of like even with like Pendles as well. He's like 37 now, but we know when it comes to Pendles how like professional he is. You look at other players, maybe like a Bont's probably on the same level. So it's all I guess you got to look at it as a case by case. But if you can tick certain boxes that other players have done, and as I said with like Pendles, how he's gone to say 37, he'll be 38 next year, which is crazy. Just real quick, but yeah, with the Petrarca, you can sort of look at him and go, okay, well, he's very professional. He dots the I's, crosses the T's. He probably gets he probably goes to at least 34. Um, he's not like, because I think back, you look at 10, 15 years ago, or probably 15 years ago, the normal age of retirement was like 32, 34. Oh, sorry, it was around like, like the 32 mark. So now that, so now that we've got, the professionalism in sports over the last 15 years, we thought it was like top tier 15 years ago, but it's gone to like not even a whole nother level, but another level on top of it in 15 years. Like, I think I even said a few months ago, it might have even been on this stream, one of the first streams. You go back and look at the '06 grand final, you watch all those players run and like their running patterns and like how fast like they are on the field. They are so slow compared to like the current day footy. Um, yeah, because I believe it was like a Sydney and West Coast game. I think it was '06 because I remember just watching it and just being like our slowest player, in like today's footy would have been like in probably I don't know a top 4 or 5 players in terms of
Hang on,
speed
dude.
back in '06.
Hang on, dude. We had
So
double the interchanges. If you go back to the 00 series, like through the tens or whatever you call it, we could change. It was bullshit. In fact, declared bullshit because Malthouse was doing 120 subs per game, which is a sub a minute. And now we're back to
yeah,
60. And Malthouse had it good because he used to keep one of our superstars on the bench. So there was always a Didac, a Pendles, a Swanee, a Daisy
yeah,
was on the bench ready to come off in the next 3 to 4 minutes. So we
yeah,
just swamped them and fucked up the matchup. So that's a tricky one. They've actually tried to slow us back down again by virtue of less interchange players. So there's those forces that kind of fuck up our averages a little bit there. Sorry, dude, I had to just bring that
yeah.
up. Back to you.
No. Well, it's also a great point because even there was even tactical advantages too with that. Because I remember Danny Swan. That's how he used to break his tags. Is that
Yeah, that was the
he'd
secret.
basically
That was Swanee's secret. Those interchanges, he talks about it. He fucking loved that.
yeah.
He'd
Yeah,
come
yeah,
on and just
because like he
fucking
would literally
burst.
come off, and he and
Yeah,
he and his tagger will go, okay, cool, I'm gonna have a break, and he's like, he's basically sitting on the bench having his like water, from those like drink bottles and stuff, And like next thing you know is like he sees basically Swan fucking going back on the field, starting gut running, and he's still sipping his drink, going, "Shit, I got to go back on." And then obviously he's trying to get on, and then obviously there's like there's a good like probably minute or two, because a player can't just like run on the field, right? Because you got to like you got to sub on and someone's got to sub off, so then you got to get a player over it. Like it was absolutely genius at the time. But yeah, and like the fact that the AFL looked at it and go, "Oh no, that's too much of an advantage." Like, I mean, I even remember back being like a 14, 15, 16-year-old, like watching that and just looking at it, just going, Jesus, that's absolutely like genius. How would have I done that? And then the AFL came in and said, "Nut interchange cap," which was so shit house. But that's the thing. Like, I've never agreed with that. Like, with there being a cap on that, like there just shouldn't be, because at the end of the day, like,
You want
I
you
guess
want
there
to see
was
the best players fucking playing good, man, and that helped it. You know.
yeah, and then on top of it too, I
Mm.
wouldn't even be surprised, because you're capping the interchange numbers as well. I wouldn't even be surprised. That's also probably why we probably get more injuries as well, because
Yeah, fucking oath.
you're basically
Yeah.
getting you're keeping players on the field more, so they're more fatigued. If they're more fatigued, they're more sore they get injured. Like it's always been a dumb rule that came in, but for some reason they keep putting it in.
Well, hang on, though. There were reasons, because at the time, Robert Walls coaching Brisbane in the hotter weather realised that the interchange back in the VFL days was more or less like the sub is nowadays. Like at the beginning, halfway through the second quarter, Dougie Barwick would come on for Collingwood, and he was one of our best running wingmen on the kick 50-metre goals we had. And he's coming on like the crowd
legend.
would clap the interchange. You know what I mean? Like an
Yeah.
interchange was only two players, and it only happened twice per game, maybe three. You know what I mean? For an injury or something. It was just really weird. Malthouse took it to the ultimate extreme, and they felt it gave us an edge, but everyone else can do it. So, yeah, you kind of, the game does have to evolve. That's true.
They always change the rules after we win a granny, mate. You know the hands in the back rule. It's not because we won a granny, but because we made a granny. James Clement, he used to rest his hand on the back of the defender to kind of like guide himself, so he could stay like right behind him. He never used to push, but he used to. And then they put, you can't touch the hands in the back, and now they got rid of it.
I remember there was one game where Jimmy Clement murdered James Hird. I remember, I reckon he took like 7 or 8 of those, classic Jimmy Clement marks on James Hird, and I remember that started the ball rolling with that, where it was like, he's pushing him, where all he was doing was holding his ground and holding his position, and then just, resting his hands on the back and then launching for a mark. But yeah, I remember James Clement dominated Hird one day, and then within a year or two, it was gone.
Yeah,
Mick Gaffer for Collingwood in the 90s. I think it was our
What a
1990s.
legend.
He used to hook the arm around Gary Ablett Senior's arm. He'd hook it around and say, "You're not going anywhere, dude." That's like the ultimate tag. Everyone used to call him, used to make homophobic slurs, actually, funnily enough. It's still in the game.
What was his nickname, Boomer? What was Gaffer's nickname?
Oh, fuck, I can't remember. What was it?
The human blanket.
Human blanket. Oh, cool. But I remember watching Gary Ablett Senior once, and I've never seen this on a footy field. Him and Billy Brownless were playing us, right? There were two Collingwood backmen. I can't remember. Probably Gaffer was one of them, Shane Watson maybe. And I was actually at the 50-metre line. And you could see the Geelong thing was the long bomb in and hope Ablett takes the screamer. And I saw all 4 of them running towards us, like towards me. And you could see Ablett's face. And he was the front. And he had 3 big fucking players behind him. And you could watch his eyes. And this still blows me out. He looked up at the ball, looked back at him, and then stopped and put his front foot out and propped. All 3 of them ran into him, and it ricocheted him under the ball to take a mark, and the other 3 raw arms and legs. And he just got up and strutted back and kicked a fucking goal, and I just thought, that guy is a fucking demon. That's not human. What he did on the field that day still sticks with me. It fucking scared me, man. Gary Ablett Sr. was one of the best players I've ever seen, and he was against Dacos too. But wow,
he's the greatest I've ever seen. Like, people don't want to talk about it because of all the controversy and that, but he's the greatest, man. He used to kick fucking 7-8 goals from a fucking wing, man. You know?
And the Geelong were the handbags at the time. Like, they were called the handbags. They actually lost more grand finals than we did. Well, for the time.
Hey,
yeah.
Hey, Mick.
Yep.
I think you'll find Mickey Gaither's nickname was the Glove.
The human glove. Okay. Yeah.
The glove, yeah. But glove blanket, same sort of thing.
Happy to be corrected.
He could do both. He could do both. He was versatile.
Yeah. Hey guys, I've got. I'm just going to introduce Mello into the forum. G'day, Mello.
How are you all?
Good,
Oh,
man,
guys.
good.
Yep.
Oh, you're going to ask. I had a quick joke for you guys. I'll do it quickly.
Go,
What's the
Boomer.
difference between Taylor Swift and Taylor Adams? The answer is, well, at least Taylor Swift put on 2 good hours of performance at the MCG last year. Boom, boom. Okay.
Taylor Adams, mate.
Yeah, glad to see the end of him. Yeah.
Yeah. Mello, who you want to play next week, mate?
Yeah, I'm sort of leaning towards Gold Coast, given the crowd factor and stuff, and how heavily favoured we can be. Like on our side, I get 2023 prelim vibes just from that, and I'm still expecting Brisbane to win in a close one. I think the finals experience and they got that class that could get them over the line but yeah, I'll be happy with either one. I think it's still in our favour given they got injuries and stuff themselves.
Yeah.
So yeah, Lockie Nealon, he'll put a big out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was at the game last week as well, and God, the Crows fans literally had to boo our chant because it was that loud. It was crazy.
Yeah. Did our supporters really make it were they loud compared to that?
Yeah, in the third quarter especially it was crazy. Like when the Crows came out, like we how we do that chant when the opposition teams come out. Yeah, we did that, and when the siren went, it was crazy.
Yeah.
That would have been great. Wouldn't the bus back been great? Imagine that. You'd have been just singing and partying and having a fucking ball. I really wished I was one of them.
I only drove because I'm in Mildura, but I only drove 4 hours. So yeah.
All right. What about the granny, Mello?
Yeah. I've got my worries on Hawthorn because obviously a bogey team, but at this stage, I think our even if we played the Crows, I think that's our best chance of having we'll give it to them and stuff. But yeah, if it's going to be Geelong or Hawthorn, I reckon it'll be a close game. Yeah. But it's likely going to be Geelong. Yeah.
Yeah. Whoever it is, mate, bring it on. Bring it on, mate.
Exactly. Yeah. We're
we turned the corner
biggest
last
club in the
week,
land,
mate.
We'll bring anyone on. Yeah.
Yeah.
The world is our oyster at the moment. Like, we're in a very good spot. Like,
well, here's some stuff for records, guys. This year, right, we've got some interesting records insofar as if we were to win the flag this year, we must automatically get the only team to have won a flag by losing 4 of the last 5 games of the season, because 2023 we got the record for 3. So therefore, by extension, I think that's a record. Brisbane playing Collingwood earlier this year, the round 7, 8, 9 game, whatever that was the most premiership players ever on a team, ever on the ground in a game of AFL.
Oh, wow.
Collingwood's team was actually the oldest team ever to take the field about round 4, 5, I think it was.
Yeah, I remember hearing that. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, and Essendon actually introduced the most debutants in the 1 year. So You know how they say you got to do this, it's going to be history, and when we're on top of the ladder, we never beat any team above us then, so there you go.
Yeah.
That's what Kate Corns
Yeah.
would say. But the thing of it is, they say you got to make history, you got to break records. Yeah, the Australian cricket team, when we had McGrath and Warne and all those batsmen, we just used to say, let's go out and make history. That's all. And I think Collingwood, we are the let's go out and make history team because we fucking do it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's in our DNA. We are the greatest. We've got the most wins. We've got the most flags without drugs or fucking salary cap cheating. We've got the most finals wins. We've got the most. We are the best.
And all those grand finals we lost, fucking the majority of them we made with fucking just a team, like hard-working team. We didn't have the superstars, yeah? We've always made grand finals with like hard yakka type teams, you know?
Well,
We
in
always
2018,
played-
we
yeah,
had Goldsack and Jeremy Howe as the key defenders. Like, that's crazy when you think about it because,
Wow.
I mean, Goldsack's only, 190? I can't remember his height, but obviously Howe's 190. So, and they were playing on Josh Kennedy and Darling, who were massive T forwards. Like, crazy.
Wasn't that wasn't that the year that Goldsack came back? Well, he was rushed back into the side because of injury.
ACL.
He missed the whole year.
Yeah.
And he
we
literally
also-
did his shoulder, and he still had to go on and play the fourth quarter, which was
Yeah.
insane.
And
Like
we
he's
had
literally like
Bruzzen-
holding his shoulder in the fourth quarter as he's like trying to punch a ball.
And we had Bruz and Crisp on the halfback flanks, left and right footers, I think. And all they did was bomb it long to get it back again. Like our strategy under Bucks, it was just so predictable. And I mean, we had Howe and Darcy Moore at different. Moore was injured that year too, wasn't he? Darcy Moore, I think, pretty much had none of that.
he was out the whole year.
Linda Dunn as well, and Jeremy Howe. Darcy Moore, and Elliott.
Yeah. But a lot of times when we've got into grand finals, it's because we've played out of our skins to get there. And that's why everyone hates us, because we beat their teams out. And I love being hated. It's just sort of, when we're not being hated, we're not a threat. And so, yeah, come on, guys. My mate said to me, you're going out in straight sets a couple of weeks back. And I said, I got 2 words for you, Mick. Sorry for you, Rob. Nick Dacos. We're not going out in straight sets. No way. And there we go. Here we are.
Yeah.
Has anyone found it weird in the last week or so? Like this, like 2 weeks ago, it was we're going out in straight sets, and as soon as we beat Adelaide, it's like, oh, of course you guys are making the grand final.
Yeah.
It's like the narrative changed.
I mean, that's just typical Collingwood haters at that point. Like, that's just the typical, non-Collingwood positive agendas. Because it's either we're going out straight sets, or it's clearly you're gonna win the premiership because you guys have been favourites all year. Like, it's like you're trying to find a way where you basically take all of the adversity out of the success, or all of the quality out of the success. So no matter which way it is, it's either you guys completely choked and you guys fell out of the finals, or it's I mean, I guess you guys won the grand final, but like you guys were favourites all year, so clearly it was obvious from the start type of thing. So, but I mean, that's just people in general. Like, once it's what's that saying? Like the tall poppy syndrome. Once you see a team that's good, you just want to see them be you just want to see them go down a few pegs.
Like that's where
that's just the
Yeah, that's where I think Andreas was completely correct yesterday on the Forever Rivals show when he was on. That it seemed like Rocco was like giving us credit, but he was sort of giving Adelaide an out with the loss. And Andreas pointed out correctly that if Adelaide had won, you would have been shitting on Collingwood, losing 6 out of the last 8. But like Adelaide, when it's like, Adelaide lose, and it's they're pretty inexperienced and they shit the bed without giving us credit.
They love having a bet each way.
Part about that is,
exactly.
Yeah, but also as well, the funniest part about that is that we literally told them going into this in terms of we're feeling confident because Adelaide have no finals experience.
Exactly.
But now they're using that narrative against us, being, well, obviously you guys are going to beat them because I've got no finals experience.
Spot on.
Shit, we've fucking been telling you for weeks now.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
That's it. They love the bet each way.
If we pull off the flag, guys, we have got to visit Blues Abroad, all of us, and spam the fuck out of them with 17 is better than 16, boys, because they drop it into us.
No, because Terry's pretty good with that. Terry wants us to, like, he's pretty okay with Collingwood winning. It would be the jumper punch.
Terry's all right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
Terry
pretty
actually,
sure
Terry
Terry's
actually
even
wants
said that, like, Nick Dacos is his favourite player outside of Carlton.
Hey,
I mean,
guys, you
I'm
want a
pretty
funny?
sure he said that.
No trolling Carlton fans
You
apart
want-
from Pommy and Terry.
You want to know a funny one
don't
with
troll,
Tommy Hodge? You know where he does the little general knowledge thing? The first question he gave to Terry was, okay, he plays for Adelaide. He's your favourite player. And Terry said, fucking Zach Butters or fucking Horn Francis. And he goes, yeah. And I thought, that's a fucking dodgy question. Who doesn't know who their fucking favourite player? Oh, hang on, he's a Carlton supporter. Yeah, they don't have favourite players. They just have least hated. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Nick,
Especially when
on
you see them
that, are we-
post-match and the players are walking down the race.
Are we doing a 10-hour marathon if we win the flag?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. And they all tipped Adelaide to win by like 10 goals. It's like, come on, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But wasn't
and that's where they lose credibility as well. They'll look like I love their content, and they all seem like great guys. But if you want to build credibility, you got to sometimes park the hatred. Like I think, I don't like Carlton at all. I've never liked Carlton, but when they have been good, like my best example is Cripps. I always say that guy's just a fucking champion. Like he's just a freak and an absolute champion of a player. Whenever they talk about Dacos, they sort of give him credit, but then they always sort of have to say something at the end, like, I just...
Yeah.
It doesn't go in hard or some shit like that,
Yeah, there's always some caveat on it, you know what I mean? And I just feel like, just let your guard down for once and just say, fucking hell, look at this player, look at this team, mate,
That's where I'll defend Terry, because like he's very big on the prediction. Like at the end of each show, like with his guests, he'll do the prediction, and he was always bang on with, "Well, no, I'm not off Collingwood. Collingwood can win." Like that. Like I'm not writing them off. It was only until the last couple of weeks when his other Carlton contributors were like, "Nah, they're washed. Collingwood's washed." And he's like, "All right, guys, all right, I'll tip Adelaide." Like that was the same with like Gorringe. Whereas, like, I hate Collingwood. I hate them a lot, but I've got to respect them.
Yeah.
I think that's where they just got to be. It's like, you can hate us. That's not a problem. But you got to respect the fact that we're in a prelim and you guys are not.
Yeah.
If anything, I feel like I prefer opposition reporters who hate us because it gives us I feel like it gives AFL a better product overall.
Of course. Don't get me wrong.
Let's look at AFL product. They had Essendon play fucking Carlton that game, and it was $7 to get in. Less than a fucking quarter pound a meal, and they are two of the marquee clubs of the AFL. Those cunts couldn't even get $10 a fucking ticket because of how shit their season was. And Richmond, although they've done well in the last 3 weeks, they're not a marquee club anymore. It's Kachingwood. Without us, guys, the AFL is fucking broke. They need us more than we actually need them. We could go and play a fucking reserves team in fucking the US and we'd still get 100,000. So,
I think Channel 7 were the biggest ones in this thing that basically, because they're the ones that have the purse strings, basically told the AFL, well, we're just not going to stream the match. We're not going to show it.
Yeah, it's $7 a ticket. Guys, if anyone told you you're going to be paying $7 a ticket to see an AFL game in 2025, you'd call the fucking loony bin and tell him and you'd book him a fucking advanced fucking plan for fucking mental health. You just wouldn't expect that. $7, like, whoa. And this is like, the forever rivals, which is us, Carlton, fucking Richmond, and fucking the Bombers. We were the main clubs of the league. The others are so badly run. And yet Mick Malthouse has said that Eddie Maguire would make a great incoming league chairman of the AFL. Even like Malthouse has got reasons to not like Eddie, yet still admitted that Eddie Maguire knows what he's doing in most cases.
But I think, just to add to that point, did anyone see a couple of nights ago that There've been a few clubs. I think St Kilda, one of them, Bulldogs, the other. I'm not sure who the third one is. That want to play opening round against us at MCG as their
yes.
home
Yeah.
match.
Yeah,
They're clamouring.
Yeah,
They're clamouring to play us in opening round.
Yeah,
yeah.
for it to be
St Kilda
their
is, yeah.
match,
And
so
then
that
they
they get
talk
all the
about
profit.
how like we're playing too many games at the MCG.
Yeah,
Bulldogs gave up their home ground at fucking Marvel Stadium,
Boys, we
whatever you
can't
call
win.
it.
Yeah.
The Bulldogs gave up their home game at Kneecap Stadium in order to play us at the G for their, what was it, 100th anniversary or some bullshit. So there you
yeah.
go. They
And
gave
then
up
they
a
get the
home
money.
ground for our money.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's like all these clubs, the fans, God bless them. They always complain about Collingwood gets the rub of the green, they get the rub of the green. But your club will not survive if it's not for us giving you money in showing up to the matches. Like that's what like I feel sorry for St Kilda because they're throwing all this money at at Nasai and all that, but they can't get members. They're giving $7 memberships for 3 matches because they can't get members through the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I just
that was that promotion they were doing when Wanganeen Malira signed up. They did like
Exactly.
that
Because he
promotion.
wears number 7, so it was like $7 memberships.
But on top of that,
they're a minnow club and stuff, and you go.
But Western Bulldogs have been giving those memberships for I think 3-4 times. I've received spam emails from the AFL, pushing these Western Bulldog memberships. For $1, come for the next 2 matches, or get KO for $3. It's always Western Bulldogs or Kangaroos. And you get Brisbane, because I'm from Brisbane. Brisbane don't do that shit because they've got the members that come to every single match.
Yeah.
Saying Gold Coast as well don't have it. West Coast, of all teams, West Coast, they show
Yeah,
up.
they got 100,000. Yeah.
Do you get much of a hiding up there now because you're a Collingwood fan in Brisbane or what, Mello?
No, that's me. What was the question?
That's
Sorry,
Paula, yeah.
Duma?
Oh, you're whoever the Brisbane. Do you get much off the Brisbane fans because you're a Pies fan, aren't you? So do they
No,
give you
not
grief?
really. No, because I think there's a bit of mutual respect there because we're both up there. They seem to hate Sydney, they hate Hawthorn. Collingwood, it's it's give or take. And
Oh, geez,
especially
I lived up there for 10 years, mate, back in the 10s. And they were like, Eddie Maguire's the enemy. What, because he speaks the truth about you guys getting the salary cap concession? Yeah, okay. They fucking
no,
they give me heaps of grief.
no, it's never that bad here. I think especially after COVID, it hasn't been that bad at all. I was at the Brisbane Sydney match a few weeks ago where there was that punch on, where the police were called. So it's never been that bad here. I think there's a bit more mutual respect if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Hey, Matt.
Mick, you just put up that thing from Josh. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who are Sun supporters who are Collingwood supporters as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
There's actually a mate of mine. He was a former Collingwood supporter. Now he's Gold Coast because he wasn't that passionate about footy, and then I think Gold Coast came into the league, and then he was like, oh well, because it was sort of like a refresh thing because he wasn't passionate about footy, but he was always around it. So when Gold Coast came in, it was sort of like, oh, let's reset and let's just go for Gold Coast.
Yeah.
Some dog shit in his letterbox, mate. Yeah. Let him know that you're happy about him by putting dog shit in his letterbox and bring him up that night and ask him if you got the special delivery for him.
Yeah, I think to Sean's part, I think there are a lot of people after the Pies sort of tailed off around 2013, 2014 that jumped onto the Gold Coast bandwagon just because it was sort of a less is more sort of approach where it's okay, we're a shit club, but we know that we're shit. So, yeah, it was.
And also, too, 2013-14 off memory, that was basically that was the peak. If you knew, you kind of knew about because that was when Bucks was taken over and he'd been there for a couple of years. Because 23 was literally the year where it was damn, we're really not going to be good for a while. So 2014 wasn't much better either. So I could sort of see if there was ever going to be a time period where supporters were going to question their loyalty, that would have been the time to get supporters at that point.
And I think as well there was
especially
a
when
lot
we
of,
were on such a high in 2010.
but
And
there was
2011 was pretty good, but we fell short. And then once you got rid of Moldhouse, who was is one of the greatest coaches of all time, in my opinion.
And Swanee, losing Swanee was
It's hard to
fucking
be
bad.
positive.
That was the beginning. Losing Swanee was the beginning of the rot for us. Mind you, though, we got fucking
Swanee was done in 16, though.
was 16, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
But we
I
did
think
pick
it
up
was,
Trelaw and Howe, and who else was there? I remember we were saying flag pies. Dunn from Melbourne, he was pretty good too.
We
And
got Ace.
Sharonberg, like we actually had some really fucking good players. I think we weren't the sum of our parts back then.
Yeah.
It was Buckley's game
Yeah,
plan.
because Swans last year was Adam Trelaw's first year. Because literally the game when Swan did his foot, that was Trelaw's first game of the club. When we played
Oh,
Sydney
right.
up there.
Yeah, we had good cattle on the paddock, though I don't think we were a shit side. We had bad luck with injuries, but we got Moore and
think-
Bruz and DeGoey. They were all starting to come up through.
no, Boomer, I think it was.
more.
No,
Yeah.
I think what Sean was saying, that I completely agree that there was a lot of bad blood with how Malthouse left, and they felt like he was
Yeah,
kicked
and
out
the
right.
expectations as well too. Like
Oh,
we had a lot of
the succession
expectations of
plan,
actually like wanting to win the flag and stuff. And if the expectations to win the flag, and you have 2013 we had that final report, I think. 24. I don't even know if we even made finals in 14.
No,
So
we
like
didn't.
if that's the time period, then yeah, I wouldn't accept it or anything like that, but I could understand why some fans could feel a certain way.
Yeah, no,
hang on.
I completely, yeah, I understood completely.
I've got a memory here, guys. Darren Jolie. There was issues with him being dropped and his missus being a real fucking shithead. He had issues with Buckley. Luke Ball just left because he was due to retire. We also, who else was that other trouble shit went down? Not that I disliked him, but
Davis.
remember Harry O'Brien? There was all
Oh,
that,
yeah.
I don't know, homophobic
yeah.
slurs
Dale
over
Thomas?
him or whatever.
Dale
So there
Thomas?
was and Dale Tomo, yeah.
Heath
So
Shaw.
there was a lot of locker room shit going on. Who knows? Maybe little club factions or whatever. Travis Cloak
Yeah.
disappearing as well. There, we actually,
Yeah.
from being a dynasty, we kind of crumbled. We did fucking fall like a house of cards then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kind
like
of sad,
that's
really.
why, that's why I think I don't necessarily blame a lot of, or not a lot, but like a few people for like getting off the bus completely, because like at that stage it looked like a shambles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Well,
and,
the
and I
succession
think,
plan. Yeah,
yeah,
go on,
sorry.
sorry.
And I think there was that expectation, like you and Sean said, that we were such a dynasty club that 2012 was expected to be like a continuation of being premiers or being grand finals, and instead it just went to shit.
Yeah, now we got gazumped there by Brayshaw because Buckley was neither coach nor whatever, but North were looking for a coach. And Buckley's name had been mentioned. So I think they were going to do a succession plan, but then Brayshaw managed to get Eddie to force his hand, and then we had to get rid of Malthouse, who ended up
Yeah.
going and doing a fantastic job on Carlton for us. So I think he's still on the payroll for that, isn't he? Shouldn't we send him a few bucks?
Yeah.
Didn't we do the...
With Dale Thomas?
Yeah.
Well, there's a funny
Mate.
story about Dale Thomas, mate. Apparently there's a guy who's a bit of a doppelganger, was going out, fucking hitting the clubs and chatting up women and getting on Dale Thomas's drink card, right? Dale Thomas told this story on Triple M. And he goes, this guy's getting all fucking drinks on my card, and there's people ringing up the club telling them that I'm actually hitting the Sherbies during the season when I'm at home in bed. This guy, he rings up, and he's not saying he's trying to fucking shag his daughter. He's saying I'm hitting the piss during the footy season. Didn't give a fuck about that bit. But it ends up then in the comment section, it's got that same guy was playing for Carlton too, Daisy. The imposter.
But to add to now that you mentioned Daisy, did anyone hear him on Triple M saying, or I'm not sure, I think it was Triple M, that he was originally approached by Gold Coast for the inaugural season and he was offered captain?
Wow.
Yeah, it was Giants.
Or was it?
He
I thought it was Gold
he said
Coast.
it a year ago.
Giants, yeah. He was
that
offered
captain,
over $1
he was
million.
offered a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was offered $1 million back then. I
Yeah.
think for 4 or 5 years to go to the Giants because he didn't Yeah, I think it took him a while to sort of sign with us from memory. So he must have really been considering it.
But I think he went to Carlton then, but because as a restricted free agent.
Nah, I think this was 2 or 3 years before that. I think the Carlton thing.
It would have been when they offered Pendlebury a big deal too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
that
the
was
Giants one
2011,
was a
2012.
few years. Yeah,
Wasn't
it
it-
was after.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was 2012. Yeah, complete. Yeah, I'm getting them mixed up. Yeah, for some reason I thought it was 2011. No, it's 2012. Yeah, he was offered. He was the marquee player for Giants after Gary Ablett Jr. The Suns the year before.
Yeah.
Well, didn't they have
my bad.
Carmichael fucking what's his name, that rugby player too, or was that that was the Suns?
That's the Suns. Yeah.
The Suns,
Yeah,
yeah.
the Suns.
Because there was that
Folau.
one.
Carmichael Hunt.
There was the
Israel
one year
Folau.
we had. Yeah, Harmichael. There was the one year though where we had to buy because one of them hadn't joined. I think is that right? There was an expansion club. We had a whole bunch of buys and it was all weird as fuck. Then
Yeah,
I
it
think
was
the next team they
2011.
came in. That's 11, was it? Oh, so that's
Yeah,
the
11.
season we made the granny. Okay.
Yeah, that was the year because there was 17 clubs then because Giants came in the next year.
But the draw was weird. We had like 3 games and then round 4 had like 7 teams all having a bye. It made no fucking sense. Like, no one could explain why they did it that way other than the numbers crunchers who don't know footy. It was fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, we bounced back pretty quickly. We always do, don't we? We stay down for 2 or 3 years, and then we just bounce back. It's that's how it is, man. We're well run. We make a lot of mistakes, off the field as well. We the Grundy thing, but like remember that time when we fucking signed up Grundy for fucking squillions and we had all these fucking overpaid players and then we had to get rid of them all and we pick up Fly and all of us are thinking, fuck, doom and gloom, here we go, fucking 5-6 year rebuild. And he's got us in a prelim in his first year, man. It's fucking unbelievable.
Yeah. It speaks
Can I ask
volumes.
you-
It speaks volumes of the
Can I ask
culture
you a
as well.
question with that?
Yeah.
I will say this though, in terms of Fly's first year, I actually did predict us to be in a prelim.
Did you? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't predict top 8.
Yeah, I said that we would finish 4th. I even said it on a live stream of one of Swoop's streams.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember
I just felt that 21 was a write-off, and a lot of the guys were going for preseason surgeries like way too early, and even just the best and fairest how they were saying, we're looking forward to a new fresh year and stuff.
Apparently, guys, word out of Geelong Town, the old Pivotonians are not too happy with Ollie Henry. Was he part of that scratch match
I
or
saw that.
something?
Yeah.
What's gone down? Is Ollie fallen out of favour? Because if Scotty can't fucking coach him, who can?
Yeah, and
That's
Fly.
a big one.
Yeah, Fly can't coach him either.
It would be funny
Yeah.
if he ends up at West Coast and he's on the other side of the country.
Yeah. His mum will have to come with him.
Yeah.
This ties back into the culture thing I was talking about before. We draft the kid with a high pick. We give him games. He shows a bit. And then he just in his second year he's refusing to sign, and then he go. Sometimes you're better losing these guys. Like they're just not committed. Like if you can't get committed. I've always thought this. If you can't get committed and want to stay at Collingwood and play for the biggest club in the land, you'd rather go down to fucking Geelong from Collingwood. I get it if you're bloody at Carlton and you want to go to Geelong or something, but you're at Collingwood, just played in a prelim and you want to go down there, good riddance to him. I hope he gets chewed up and spat out.
Well,
But just to add to that,
here's another record for Ollie Henry. There's only been how many players do you think have actually left the club that was with the eventual premiers to go to the defending premiers? It's only happened once before in league history. So Ollie's put himself in very rare company there. He went to the defending flag from the team about to win the flag. Nice one, Ollie. Take that, you fucking bitch.
But was Ollie Henry was Ollie Henry out of favour with the players?
No, he just didn't like to drive. He
No.
missed his mummy, didn't he?
No, because
Look,
I don't think
from
that
memory,
Yeah.
from memory, he got dropped. There was we played West Coast, and it was a game I think it's a game we lost against West Coast in 22 at Marvel Stadium.
Yeah,
And
early
I think
on, yeah.
he played and he just had a stinker. He took a few good marks and that, but he was kicking them out on the full and this and that, and it was just he was just having a bad night in front of goal, and they dropped him, and it was literally the week after that the rumour mill started. So, if you get a player that gets dropped for 1 week and then just cracks the sads, again, better to see him off. Similar to Taylor Adams.
Yeah, because the only reason that I ask is because I remember the opening round match the following year with Geelong, and it seemed like there was this animosity towards Ollie Henry, like there was actual hatred, like from both sides. And I don't feel like there's that sort of hatred with Guinea. Like I feel like Guinea still likes the players, and the players still like Guinea. Like he's playing for the enemy as such, but they don't hate him. Whereas with Ollie, it's like I want you to die, and I'm going to be the one that's going to kill you.
Yeah, I think he's just a sook. He must have just been a sook that back end of the year, and that's
So that's why, it didn't seem like any of them were it's they all held the door and pushed him out, as much as he also wanted to leave. Whereas with Guinea, it's it seemed like they didn't want him to go, but obviously if he couldn't be managed or if he broke protocols, okay, out you go. So
look, I think Guinea, the coach just didn't like Guinea.
Yeah,
that's ultimately what happened there. I think he would have been happy to sort of stay, but I think the coach just didn't like him.
What hope has he got?
That
if the two best coaches in the comp don't, trust you, can't get the best out of you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course, I completely agree. Yeah, if Chris Scott can't use you and Fly can't use you at that stage, you're better off playing VFL. That's it. That's where you belong.
Yeah.
You go, Boomer.
Here's just one up for a point. Is at the start of 2023, right? When the 4 new recruits, it was actually Bobby Hill, Titch, McStay, and who's the other one? Shit.
Frampton.
Peter Frampton. Now, when you got that, I was really fucking excited. In fact, I still look at that as no, that's the 4 I'm talking about, though. We don't need Markov, just those 4. I was really excited about that. Like Bobby Hill, I knew could kick goals. He actually looked at us and they said, fuck off. Take that, Essendon. Then when you look at what we recruited last year in Houston and fucking, what's the other dude, Pez and that, a lot of people were more excited. And yet when you look at that initial 2023 draft, it's kind of in order of importance. You'd almost say Bobby Hill and Titch, and then you put McStay and Frampton at the bottom. I reckon that's kind of almost turned around. Titch is out of favour. Frampton's probably the most important of those 4 recruits, isn't he? Well, would you guys agree with that? How the list is inverted virtually. No Titch, Bobby's fucking questionable, and fucking it's just the order of what you'd expect is totally inverted. And Frampton, we really nearly fucked him up at the start, swapping him all around the joint. And
but Boomer, I think with Titch, it was always sort of known that he was going to be there for 2-3 years, and that's it. Because he was a he was a late age recruit. So your point's valid.
Yeah. I was bringing it up because there really is an interesting paradox as to 2 years later, as the list is totally inverted there. And so will Houston and Pez become, to me, I haven't seen them value for money, but I don't bag the black and white boys. I love my boys if they wear black and white. But I haven't seen the value for money yet. Maybe it's what I see on telly, but hopefully they will prove me really wrong and prove it. But they're the potential high-price recruits that can cost you flags. But I think they're coming good now. They really did love that win against Adelaide, didn't they? Was there positive signs out of that?
Yeah.
This bloke, man, I fucking love him.
Here's a question for you guys. Round 1 next year, are you starting with Frampton or Reith?
Frampton.
Oh, no-brainer.
Because we're
Frampton.
house
I was absolutely so surprised. We didn't start the year with Billy as the number one fucking back. Where did they think that Reef, like Billy, like he's fucking beaten Philthorpe. He's the Philthorpe silencer in the way Kenny Callender would say it. But like I can't see like he's beaten Philthorpe 3 times in a row now. I can't see Reef doing anything like that. Like I don't understand where that thinking was, where they played Reef in front of Frampton. But
can I just,
yeah.
Mick, can I just add to that as well? It seems like they always seem to make the selectors make a really bad decision at the start of the year, because last year they started with Dean over Noble, and that didn't make sense. And it started Dean over Frampton.
Yeah.
So it seems like they always seem to go with the recruits over the proven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I think it was fair that they gave Reef McInnes an opportunity, because he's there and he trained in the preseason. Like I think it's fair that they gave him the chance. But yeah, by the same token, I just don't know how Frampton fell out of favour. At the same time, sort of thing.
Yeah.
It
I think
has
it
not
comes
surprised
down to his
me.
brain fades, because there was times when he has played where he wasn't like Imagine, where because Imagine has some bad brain fades, but Frampton would just have times where like he would be pretty cool for like 90% of the game in terms of cool, calm, and collected. But then there'd be that 10% where he just won't focus, and then that's when he'll like screw up his kicks. I think that's what sort of flies sort of maybe like, I don't know if scared is the right word, but he's obviously like concerned about. But that's the thing, that I feel like Frampton's been like that his whole career, even when he was at Port, when he was at Adelaide. Like he was always the fringe player that was always like the easy like whipping boy to get like cheap points if you're a supporter, to like to claim that you're like an informed supporter, so you just always shit on Frampton if you didn't know what you were talking about. Like you always seem to have that. Because even at like Adelaide, like the way that they talked about him, it was like because I remember like even being interested in him in his last year at like Adelaide and stuff. Because obviously I was looking at like a key, because we needed a key defender. Because I think that if we didn't have Roughhead, it was probably in the year that he retired. And we definitely needed like another like Roughhead type. So I was looking around and I was looking at Billy Frampton as like a option and stuff. But like some of the like comments that he had in his direction, they were just like so horrible. Like it's so like toxic, and it's like you sort of don't even you're pretty much not even surprised why he was so like out of form, and like he was so like he had these moments where he showed like he could be solid, but then other moments where it didn't even look like he was good enough to be on a list. But that's where it was just more confidence than anything. He clearly had the skill, but I think confidence is where you can build the consistency, and then you can build form, and and then you can go from there. But it was the way he was treated. I don't know too much about Port, because I know he was at Port, but he was only there for a couple of years. But I specifically remember his last year at Adelaide, and just the way he was treated. It was just it was horrible. Like it was so bad, and I'm just sitting here going like, damn, we need a key defender. This dude's actually not that bad. Like he's actually pretty good. And he could actually do a job, and lo and behold, like he does a good job.
I think
It's a similar thing. It's a similar thing with that Sam Frost at Hawthorn. They all give him shit, but I always think the guy's a half decent footballer. Like I don't understand. Lyndon Dunn was similar at Melbourne. I remember they used to give him a heap of shit too, but I thought the same thing. I said, in a decent
so good
team,
for
this
us.
guy's probably a star. He ended up being like,
He was a superstar for us. Lyndon Dunn, I loved him. Him and Shazza, and who else was there? Tommy.
He was great. Yeah.
Oh,
just
even
Langdon as well.
If you look
Yeah,
at
he was
Carlton
great,
right now, you'll watch Carlton and their content. They all seem to shit on Motlop, and now they seem to like be backtracking now that Port have shown interest in Motlop. It's like, oh no, we actually like him now.
Well, just getting back to Frampton a second there. You know what could have been a Collingwood career-saving moment for him was actually Mason Cox's retina and fucking Brogy Grundy's knee. Because with them two going down, we were fucked for ruck stocks and we had to pull him in, and that
You mean
pretty much
DC,
saved
right?
him. Hey?
Yeah.
Sorry?
I think it was DC.
DC? Oh, sorry, DC. Did Brody Grundy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, at one stage they were both out, DC
Yeah,
and
we had-
Cox. And
yeah,
Frampton had
DC,
to ruck. Yeah.
And what, was Grundy already gone, or was he actually
Yeah,
out too?
he was.
Yeah, he was already gone because that was in 23. And
Oh,
that was when
okay.
Frampton had his stint in the ruck, yeah.
Right, so, we actually pulled him into the ruck. Then we're playing him as fucking, what do you call it, a defensive fucking decoy in the forward line. He could have always kicked a goal. But throwing him around like that, I don't know what people say, but you got to play all positions. No, dude. Some people just can't play. You know, they can only play a set position because that's what they do. They don't have that mental agility to be. They're not Pendlebury. You know what I mean? There's only one Pendlebury, and there only ever will be. And when he leaves, dude, we're all going to fucking cry. It's going to be so sad the day Pendles leaves, and we're going to see how good he was by how bad we will be. But a guy like Frampton, and look, here's the thing with McStay as well, who's now out of favour. When he was at Brisbane, all they had was Eric fucking, what's his name, Hipwood and him. Then they got Joe Danaher, and they let McStay go. Now, that says a lot, because I would have fucked off Hipwood myself. So McStay was a bit of a klutz up there, and I think it's only he's come back to being a klutz now that we've realised it, and we've been a bit harsh on him. I mean, his form ain't that good, but poor cunt's confident. Yeah.
Boomer, the fans here don't in Brisbane don't like Hipwood either. They would have rather let Hipwood go than McStay.
Really?
Yeah, because Hipwood here is a klutz. Like
Okay.
it's what like no one knows why he got a 7-year extension.
Okay, that's funny. All right.
Yeah, like that's why like it's
Yeah,
like
no,
I
Hipwood's
find it
not
really,
rated at all.
yeah, like I
He's
find it
so bad.
Yeah, like I find it really ironic here that people are saying that, you know, like Brisbane don't have Lockie Neal, they don't have Hipwood. The Brisbane players would rather not have Hipwood in the side even when he's healthy.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
he doesn't like he's a distraction. He's not he doesn't add anything to the side. Like I think there was a list that who's the guy Hoyne that Champion Data was doing a list of all the players that have played over 150 matches, and he was at dead last. He was at the bottom of just all statistics.
Right.
So he's very much overrated based on the contract length.
Yeah.
Here's one I just picked up on too, just a late one while I remember it because I've been trying to bring it out. Apparently IQ's advanced like some phenomenal amount of player rank. He's advanced so much in the last 2 or 3 weeks with pressure and possessions. What is it, fantasy points? One of those fucking football things. Did everybody notice IQ actually go like to convert back to 2023? The more he got booed, it's almost like it charged up his stamina bar. Did you guys notice that too in the Adelaide game?
He's been great all
He's
year.
had a
playing
great
all.
year overall. Like, I think
No,
he's phenomenal.
No, but not as good as his 2023 year. The best IQ I ever saw was 2023.
Oh no, I agree with that.
I
But
reckon his stamina. Look, as the booing
I
happened,
agree.
I reckon he got better as the booing happened. He just seemed to
Yeah.
I don't know, something happened there. He became crystal
I
clear.
agree.
You know what?
It definitely fired him up.
But he's been great all year, especially the second half of the year. He's been excellent all year for mine.
I was so hoping that he kicked that goal in the first quarter when he had that shot. It was going straight to, you know.
We were trying to
Would have been great.
drown out the booze, like with the Collingwood chant. Like we were clapping him on every time I got the ball. It was disgraceful, like how much they were booing him.
Yeah.
You know what? When they have just on champion data and stats in general, Bill Gates wrote a book called How to Lie with Statistics, and I reckon if they're going to bring out a sequel to that book, it'd be by Champion Data, because you can push stats any way you want to push an agenda. Like have a listen, like just on our game against Adelaide. right? Now, listen to some of these numbers. Mason Cox, 41 points. McCreary, 49 points. Frampton, 49 points. Perryman, 50 points. Like, how good were these blokes? And that's what the statistics are rating them as. So statistics are important, but there's nothing like the eye. Nothing like just seeing like how important some of those guys were for us on Thursday, and it just does not show up in the stats.
But I think
even with Coxie, like how Sidebottom kicked that goal. You know, Cox went up for a marking contest and didn't even mark it. He tapped it down to Sidebottom. He won't get a stat for that, but he that tap literally was probably the difference between him going to mark the ball and dropping it because he wasn't really in that good of a form marking wise. To tapping it down to Sidebottom, and Sidebottom kicks a goal.
He attracts
the
crowds.
I think Matty Lloyd was talking about on one of the Channel 9 shows the other day about how he said Sheeds used to say that you don't have to mark it, but in a marking contest, whether you're back or just never lose it. Just make sure at the very minimum it's a contest and it comes to ground. And that's what Cox seems to do. He did it. He took 4 marks, I think, but he would have got his hands on it another 10 times, I reckon.
Yeah.
You know what I love about Cox's game? That's how you figure out from other supporters and even Collingwood supporters, that's how you can filter out who knows a thing about football and who's clueless. Because the ones that are clueless are the ones that will say, he played shit. Oh, let's look at his stats. Oh, his stats are shit. He's shit. He played a shit game. That's generally how you can filter out who are the people that have got absolutely no fucking idea
or he's had
about
good
football.
Games. He's had heaps of good games, but
And now I even looked in the Herald Sun, and they do like player ratings. They gave Mason Cox a 1.5 out of 10 for his game against Adelaide. 1.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
Now I don't know who the person was, but automatically I just think, okay, you've clearly got no idea about football, and you're writing for the major paper. So, it just goes to show you.
It's a bit more nuanced than that. It's the so-called experts. When someone hates Collingwood, that bias will sway them away. They hate Mason Cox. They don't want him to do well. So deep down, they probably know he was valuable, but they either don't want to admit to that or they're just blinded by their hatred for Collingwood.
Yeah, they gave.
Let's say that's Luke Hodge or Jordan Lewis, for example. Let's say it's one of those blokes, right? When they're commenting on a Collingwood game, their analysis is going to be shocking. But if it's a Hawthorn game, because they're just avid Hawthorn supporters, then they're going to be decent experts.
Yeah, I'm looking at the ratings right now that they gave. Yeah, they gave Mason Cox a 2.
Yeah, 2.
That's what Ace was just saying.
Yeah. I think he said 1.5. That's what I'm looking at. My check got a 1.5.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did you guys hear Sam
I got
McClure?
them muddled up. But
Did you guys hear Sam McClure say he's the top 3 ruckman?
It doesn't invalidate the point, though.
Cox
the
is a
fact
7
they rated Cox as shit. But look, here's the thing. When a player goes up, he attracts a crowd of 2 men, and it's now a 50-50, and that takes it to ground. If you go back to our previous 5 games, we were long bombing it in. That fucking Hawthorn game, mate, if the game was called put it on a blue and yellow jumper, we got 100%. The amount of times they kicked it through. But look, I'm just going to draw attention to this. But, Darcy Moore, if there was a stat called opposition goal assists, I think you find Darcy Moore is actually, the best/worst on your outlook. Although he had a great game, there were still 2 goals that were kind of directly on the result of him slipping over and things. So, God, I hope, Darcy, it wasn't just because Adelaide played bad. I really hope his form has changed because he does assist the opposition a bit too much on times. Well, hopefully Howe will fix that.
He was I'm one of his biggest critics, and he was definitely way in the positive ledger.
You think?
No.
But I think he has to thank, Darcy Moore has to thank the pressure upfield, which caused Adelaide to do these like nothing dump kicks forward, and they just fell in his lap, most of them.
But
Yeah.
he was a
He's
spare
alone.
man too. Was he the
He was
spare
left
man as
alone.
well?
So they pushed a person into the midfield in order to get the ball down to him standing there. That was just shit coaching. So did that artificially inflate his figures, do you think? Or did he really? I'm curious, because it did seem dumb to just leave him standing there.
And our pressure around the ball.
So
Look,
our
it was-
midfield pressure. Yeah, okay.
because it was a final. A lot of people are saying it's his greatest game in his career. I would say the jury's still in, because I would like to see him do that against a Geelong or a Brisbane, to have a game like he did last week. If he does that next week in a prelim, if he has a similar type of game, then I know something's been said to him, because I know he was down on confidence, and I know Fly had a conversation with him, and Fly said to him, "What when you're full of confidence, what are you doing most?" And he replied to him, "I'm marking the ball." And Fly just said to him straight out, "So go for your marks. Don't go for the double fists anymore. Just go for them. You're a tall bloke. You got a good reach. You're in a pack. Your hands are higher than everyone else. Go for the mark. It's probably a psychological thing with him."
But I would say it's his best captain or best match as a captain. So I don't know whether it's his 2022 form or below, but it's definitely his best match as captain that I can remember.
Yeah. You know what? We based our game plan in 2022, a lot of 2023, where we were launching from the half back. We would lose a lot of clearances, lose a lot of the midfield, and Darcy Moore was pivotal to that.
Yeah.
He would help launch those attacks.
Where we knocked Carlton out of the 8? That game he had against them, I think, was one of his phenomenal games. They actually stopped kicking it anywhere near him. He was playing that well. Darcy Moore I think Darcy Moore's had better games for us as captain. It's just that, was it Adelaide, or was it will he do the same against Geelong? I'd like to see him go upwards, forwards, do a bit of centre half back, centre half forward work. You know what I mean? Keep the opposition guessing.
I think Sean brought up a really good point about Darcy Moore, and it happened when we were playing Adelaide, because Darcy Moore really loves Cox, Mason Cox, that is, and
choice of words.
But there was maybe a bit of truth in that, because they are very good friends.
That's a bit
Besides like ranking here.
They bring Cox, they bring some big cocks into the team, and Darcy Moore just was all over it. So there you go. But Sean,
apparently there's about 2 or 3 of our players that are like big cocks.
Well, we did have Luke Ball, and not to mention Brad Dick. I mean, throw in Brad Dick and Luke Ball with Cox. You got
and then Goldsack.
Don't even Goldsack. Yeah, there we go. It just writes its fucking self.
It's turning into Monty Python again.
That's what I like. Yeah. See what happens when you make the finals, mate. You don't sit around being miserable like the fucking blue bangers, the blue ballers. We made jokes.
We need to invent our own "Who's on First" sketch for Collingwood.
Oh, dude, I fucking tried to. I'm going to do something like that.
Abbott and Costello.
Yep. By hand, it's off to Dick, and from ball by hand to Brown.
Hey guys, any love for this bloke here?
Yeah,
Mick.
Yes,
this is what I'm talking about. How stats don't
underrated.
necessarily tell you the truth, because I love this bloke.
Absolutely.
When you look at the ratings,
completely
he does
agree.
it really great.
Dependable, durable, smart.
I was talking to my brother. Watch him come like 5th or 6th in the Copeland or something like that, and people are going to be like, "Huh? What? Perryman?
There's
what?"
always one. There's always one,
But
and it's
if
always
you-
one of the. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you look at all his games this year, you tell me a game where he's failed in.
Completely agree.
He shows up every week, 15 to 20 touches or that 15 mark, but everything he does is right. And you know what?
Yeah.
I never see him on the ground. Watch him play. He never loses his feet. He always stands up. He stands up in tackles. He stands up all the time. I've never seen him like on the ground, like, floundering. He's
great
just,
at
He never makes mistakes either. I can't remember him making a mistake.
nah. And
and
that's
he's
why you
great
don't
at
notice him.
one-on-one. Yeah,
You
he's a
don't
good
notice him
one-on-one
because he
player
makes
as well.
no mistakes. So at the end of the game, there's never the, oh, fuck, Perryman fucked up in that moment. Not once this year have I said that. You know?
You know what?
He just,
I reckon the three best back pockets in the league, we've got all three of them. Waynor, Maynard, and Perryman.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, that's probably why we're the best defensive team all year.
We have been,
and that's probably the reason why.
But, Mick, I'll add to that. Not to harp on about champion data, Horney kept saying that, Collingwood's defense is good. There's nothing to worry about. He was saying it. Like with all the people that we had, because he said the numbers stack up. Like with these guys, just because like the eye test might only go so far, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
Like that's why, like with someone like a Perryman, we don't sing his praises enough. He does his job. He does it adequately.
Yeah. You know what I'd love to see next season? I would love to see him play more midfield time. I reckon he'd be a great inside mid. I reckon he uses the ball well. And I reckon that was the plan this year, but he had to probably
I think that's why he came over
help
for more
out or
midfield
something.
minutes.
I think because of Longy. Longy came along like not many people predicted, except for me about 12 months ago. And a lot of you were saying, "Nah, Long's no good." I saw him play 1 or 2 games, and I just thought this guy's a beast. Long.
Kev's back. How are you, Kev?
Good guys. I thought the game was going to catch up on him. I thought Loggy's good, but now he's got 20 coaches, 18 coaches working on him. I thought they were going to get him, but he's actually stood up to it. That's the hardest gig in football, what Ned Long, and I'm fucking pretty wrapped that he's doing it this well. In fact, when his form dropped off, so did the team. Isn't that interesting? Do you think there's a correlation there between Ned Long's form and our late season fortune?
Could be.
Yeah.
I mean, again, this is another take I had.
We did have a lot of players drop off.
Actually,
we had like 10 players drop off.
Jeez.
I actually said a few months ago that when it comes to Ned Long, I'd say he'd be one of our most important players. Because every time that we've played well, it's because Long has also played well. Every time we've played terrible, it's because Long has had a bad game.
Can I put a question to the group here, just with regards to Ned Long? Do you think that it's possible that when Titch was ready to come back into the side, that directly correlated to Ned Long dropping form when he realized that his spot was in jeopardy?
Possible. That is possible.
Yeah, that it could be a possibility.
Yeah, I would agree.
Also, too, as well, I don't think we can afford to play Ned Long and Tom Mitchell in the same team.
Well, that's done now. That's done.
That's
Over.
That's
over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was confirmed like a month ago.
I can also say Ned Long will not. Ned Long won't play in the same team as Jack Silvani too. Thank fuck for that. Yeah.
I don't think Mitch will be off the contract.
The clock has struck. The clock has struck midnight, and all the diehards want to jump on. I've got Anthony. He wants to jump on right now.
We've got one more spot left, I think.
Hey.
That's it. It's a full board at 12 o'clock. How are you, Anthony?
Good.
We've just hit the 4-hour mark, mate.
No.
It's not Pies Footy, Anthony. It's the Magpie Army Chronicles, Anthony.
Oh, I was going to say Anthony will be a fucking pumpkin, man. He won't be up at this time. What's there? You forgot your roles.
Anthony from Pies Footy's got to get his fucking beauty sleep, mate.
Yep. Doesn't wear the headphones because it'll mess up his hairstyle.
Anthony B.
Someone
Anthony
start a
B.
petition, bring back fan cams.
Who do you want to play in the prelim, mate?
Look, I reckon it'll be Lions. I think there's a very small chance the Suns will win. I reckon this game has a Lion comeback all over it. Who would I want to play? Probably Gold Coast. You know, bigger crowd, less experienced, but I think Lions are going to be there on Friday night or the weekend, whenever it is. Yeah, so Lions for me.
And after
the
we
grand
smash the
final,
Lions, who do you want to play in the granny?
Oh my gosh. I honestly can't see how it isn't the Cats after all this. I think it's going to be the Cats locked in. But out of Adelaide or Hawthorn, I'll choose one. Out of those two, honestly, I'm a bit worried about the whole. Like, I reckon because we beat them just now, I reckon if they have Rankin in, it'll probably like fire them up more. I don't know if you guys agree. So I'm sort of thinking,
Yeah, I agree with
maybe
that.
even Hawthorn, because I reckon that the Crows are going to be just fired up, and yeah.
I want Hawks, man. I want Hawks for the simple fact I want to fucking bury him in a grand final, and we can get rid of this fucking hoodoo that shit and piss shadow that's been all over us for fucking decades.
Yeah.
If we smash them in a grand final, it'll all be over with, mate.
Yeah, I want to have final all Victorian because last year was a disaster. Swans Lions. We need Cats pies or Hawthorn pies.
Yeah, I agree.
We just need pies in the final. That's it.
Mate, if we win the flag, I'm fucking having a year off, glazing the fuck out of it. Even if I have to enjoy myself too much.
Kev, you have to get a tattoo if we win.
Yeah.
Mate,
Collingwood.
Mate, I'll be buying every fucking Collingwood merch as possible, and then they can call me the next fucking chick that they can call me the next chick that buys all the netball skirts. I'm that type of Collingwood fan.
I want to see a premiership tattoo.
Oh, Kev.
Mate, you should see my wardrobe, man. It's full of Collingwood.
I thought you better say it's full of netball skirts, but okay.
Yeah.
Mate, wish it was netball skirts, to tell you that much. At least I'll be a decent player. Well, back in my day I was, but now, I'm not too sure about now. But yeah. But no, if generally if we win the flag, I'm fucking bragging about it. I want to make sure that everyone fucking acknowledged that I was right, that we're going to win the flag because of, because I guess because no one believes me. Oh, just because West Coast won the wooden spoon doesn't mean that you're going to win the flag when they have won the wooden spoon. So the stats do fucking show that, you fuckwits.
Yeah, Kev, I want to add on your point also because I haven't seen 2010. I kind of was there, but I wasn't really old enough to comprehend it. So honestly, I feel like 23. I didn't fully soak it in properly. So I want to have one now where I properly enjoy it. I feel like 23 was more. I don't know. I've learned now on how to enjoy it properly. It was quite rushed and So I want to enjoy a nice win.
I didn't brag enough 2 years ago. If we win it this year, I'm going to be a fucking obnoxious fucking braggart, mate.
I bragged in 23 because I'm in Brisbane. I bragged to everyone.
2 flags in 3 years, you can go. You can brag even more.
Yeah.
And especially because we're too slow.
I couldn't handle I couldn't handle all the Richmond fans during their dynasty, so it's our turn.
17 would be the most, guys. That's a wonderful number. Sweet 17.
Imagine the Carlton fans beating in the 17.
Oh, mate, I'm fucking giving it to those cunts. Even some of my workmates are Carlton fans. Suck shit, motherfuckers. At least we won 17 flags. I'm like, you're fucked up, club.
Though, guys, it's been so long because we haven't had a wooden spoon since 96, I think it was. And Carlton, they've got so many. 98 was it? Carlton have got
99.
so many. I've just kind of forgotten what it's like. I might have to ask them when I see them.
Yeah,
This is
definitely.
the bloke that's going to bring it home for us, mate.
I think you're on it.
He's
I think
fit
you're
at the right
right,
time. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Di-
so.
I
Um,
will say smart management by us to fucking protect him. Like the injuries he's had,
Yeah.
it probably would have, like physically, mentally, would
Yeah.
have been draining on him.
I
But
think if we're going to play Geelong in the granny, he'll be the one to stop
yeah,
Dangerfield from
Yeah.
like
Oh yeah.
tearing the
Exactly.
game apart. Yeah.
but
mate,
because
after
Yeah.
we looked after him and we got him training and playing, I think one VFL game. I think it's great work by the coaching staff and the medical staff just to get him right for finals. I think it's actually a lot smarter. I wish more teams did that more often to manage some of these players that have had a bit of an injury load as well. So
I'm
mate,
surprised. I'm
What were you
surprised
going to
at,
say?
at how quickly he's come back and lifted.
Yeah.
oh fuck
Yeah.
yeah,
The guy
your
All of
actually
us-
is,
volumes are the same.
dude.
all
We
of
all
us
know
were
he's a
hoping.
champion.
Yeah,
We know he's a champion. Most of the players in the league don't actually give due respect, and I would say do that at your peril. Geelong, they'll ignore him. They won't give him respect, and he will fuck them up. That'll be so good.
and the beauty of it is, all right, he's had 2 fucking quality games in a row, so he's fucking in hot form right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next team we play against, they have to worry about him and Nick. Yeah. Before it was pretty much only Nick. They would probably just say, "Oh, we've got to stop Nick," but now they got to worry about this bloke. He
Yeah.
only had 2 possessions in the first quarter, and then he ended up with the most possessions in the game last week. He's a fucking weapon, man.
Yeah.
Also, too,
He needs whips when the whips are cracking. That's when you get Geordie. So the end of the year, and as the game starts to get serious, that's when he comes into it.
And
also too, like it doesn't matter if they tag Nick Dacos or not. We still got DeGoey, we got fucking Crispy as well, we got Ned Long, Josh Dacos, Houston Quainer. It doesn't really matter on who they fucking tag because eventually what's going to happen is other players are going to step up. And it's like, fuck, do we drop that tag to go on Joey or do we keep going on what we're doing? So if we can play that mind games with opposition coaches that are going to tag, because we know Brisbane and Gold Coast won't, the only ones that will is Geelong for sure. But
Yeah.
if we can manage to, if we do play Geelong in the grand final, we beat Brisbane and Gold Coast, if we can put doubts on opposition coaches' mind on who they're going to tag, and they do decide to tag Nick Dacos and the goer gets off the leash, fuck, it's going to be very hard for Chris Scott to make up a mind on what he wants to do for that.
Kev,
can I ask you a
there's no
question?
way Geelong are tagging Nick Dacos, in my opinion.
I think they're
So-
tagging DeGoey.
Yeah, they
I
said
don't
that.
think they're tagging anyone because
I reckon,
Geelong's
yeah, they'll-
weapon is their
no.
midfield. That means they're a
They'll back
midfielder
their-
down.
They will back their midfield though. Geelong will
Yeah,
not attack
that's what I'm
us. They
saying.
will just back themselves. What's his
Yeah.
name? Brian Myers. He is actually a fucking one
Yeah,
to
for
be
sure.
watched. Yeah.
Got
They
Bailey,
do have.
Holmes,
Well,
Ollie Dempsey, he's
Dangerfield.
Bailey's
Yeah.
having issues, guys. You know he was fucking yelling at the press and whatever. I think he's having a relapse, which is going to be tricky. Yeah.
What do you
so-
mean?
Apparently,
bagged.
there was
He was-
there was,
yeah, he was
an
swearing
open
at her.
open training session was happening, and he just wandered off, and some chick clicked the camera a few times,
Wearing
and he just
a-
fucking lost the plot
He's
at
on
her.
the-
Apparently,
Yeah, no.
He's
So
on the
basically,
glass.
the
Saw
that,
context
yeah.
behind that. No, so the context behind that was he was basically getting rubbed down by one of the physios, and because it wasn't on the ground, but it was.
oh,
But
okay.
you know, if you were watching from the stands, you could like see him. And because she was like a journalist or a reporter and stuff, it was her job to take photos. But obviously she's taking photos of everything, right? So she's also taking photos of Bailey Smith that was getting rubbed down and stuff. And basically Bailey didn't like the fact that he was like he basically had photos when he had like a trainer doing up downs and stuff. So he basically didn't take it well. So he basically finished what he did, walked like around the ground and stuff, and then when he got towards her and stuff, he said some choice words to her, and basically I don't know what he said, obviously, because they didn't disclose it, but would have said something like, probably to like delete the photos and stuff. I think they said he commented on it saying that it was like a private moment or a private space, but I don't know how private you can be in a public training session, and it wasn't like he was behind closed doors. Like she was literally sitting in like the stands, like taking photos. So it's a bit hard to say it's private when it was an open training session and you're just there, just if you just like look like around sort of thing. So yeah, it was a bit of a blow up, and
Here's the thing, though, dude. When you're famous and someone clicks a photo at you and you're cracking the shits, it's not going to end well. Everyone in the
Exactly.
world knows when the media's around, if you win, say nothing. If you lose, say even less. Don't give him anything. The fact he went and did it has now made it a story. Look, we know the guy does have emotional fucking problems, okay? That's not a good example, but Geelong are professional. They will handle it properly. How will he go in the
Yeah.
game, and is the pressure of the season taking its toll? That's what I think could be the bigger issue.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like when you look at like sports and stuff, whenever you see those moments, those are moments where you're basically cracking. So I because that's the thing. If he's in tip top shape, in the best form of his life, putting every step forward, he's not arcing up like that, or he's not speaking up like that. So the fact that he's probably a bit hot under the collar, a bit of pressure. Yeah, okay, I need to perform, otherwise my team won't get it over the line. I think he's feeling. Yeah, I think it is a thing of like the pressure's getting a bit to him. So you sort of look for. Because that's the thing, even, and again, I've never played AFL, but I've played local sports. Like, sometimes you're just looking for an out when really it's you that's the problem, but you're trying to look for an out, and it's not a pointing of the fingers, but it kind of is, if that makes any sense. Like, you sort of like trying to pass on blame because the inevitable that's coming up, so you're trying to be like, you're trying to give yourself an out of like, oh, you're the problem why I'm not going to play bowl this week because my mind's on you. When if you're in good form, that situation doesn't happen, and that's why you're in good form, because you're ignoring those situations.
I do find it ironic that he's dating an influencer, an Instagram influencer, social media influencer, and they've been taking photos together and posting up online. Like, I do find it pretty ironic that he's complaining about privacy, but yet he's dating someone who puts up photos of him and her online. Like, you can't
That's
have
different though,
He's a
Kev.
hypocrite.
That's consent. He's obviously consenting to those photos. It's not like she's like doing it without his consent, and
But
it
it's
won't
still
be
public.
isolated photos.
You're still in the
That's
public.
completely different.
He's playing the public eye. When you play the public eye, you do. There's no in between. You have a PR agent.
That's
You
it.
are public property. That's the way it is, dude. No, you
Yes.
can't crack it at the press. You're giving them what they want. Russell Crowe
And,
knows this. Don't
But-
punch a photographer. It don't work.
But what happened
And
with?
does anyone
what
else
happened with
does
Chris
anyone
Brown?
else think we dodged a bullet by not getting Bailey Smith? Because you imagine it'd be
I do.
tenfold if he was playing.
Yeah.
If he was playing with us right now, all of the media would be
Yeah.
focused on Bailey Smith, and it could be derailing a final.
100%.
See, but that's why I think with a club like Collingwood, you need to be checking for their mental acuity, because it is the biggest club of the land. The pressure's there. Like that's why a Bailey Smith wouldn't be playing like lights out football if he was playing for black and white. Maybe he's better at Geelong where there's less pressure.
Oh,
Like
good
same
luck
with
to
Joe
him.
Danaher.
That's true.
He was cracking. Joe Danaher didn't do well at Essendon because it's a Victoria-centric club. In Brisbane, he was living in Byron Bay. He didn't have that pressure with him. He could.
But
he could
also,
play lights
too,
out
don't
football.
forget that he was injured too, and that's what screwed him over a little bit. When you're playing
Who is
like a
injured?
Brisbane, yeah, that's what I say. Like, he was injured.
Who?
No,
But
who?
Not at
Who
the
is
end,
injured?
Kev.
Joe
At the
Danaher.
end, Kev, Danaher was fit and was choosing not to play. He was just telling people he was injured.
Yeah.
That was the Essendon thing. I didn't know about that. All I knew that he was injured and they only played him for a few games and that sort of thing. When he wanted out or something, he didn't get it to Sydney. But like I was saying, like when you're playing at Brisbane, Gold Coast, Sydney Swans, these sorts of things, you're getting away from the media.
Yeah.
Like the bubble in Melbourne. When you're playing for Melbourne teams like Melbourne, Collingwood, Essendon, Richmond, even the pressure's going to be on. So
Yeah.
that's why you can't afford to let yourself down and have. And look, we all make mistakes, and it's important that we all learn from it. But when you make that type of mistake, it doesn't look good on you, and people are gonna use it against him, and will keep doing it more because that's because they see you're in the public view. Anyone can take photos, anyone can film at training. You know what I mean? So
That's
But that's
I
the
why,
think
thing,
why do you
though,
think?
Kev.
But
Like
why do you think
Bailey
Charlie Cone?
literally, yeah, but that's the thing. Bailey literally turned this into a situation. If you actually look at the reporter, I'm pretty sure she's even got like Geelong merch on. Like, I'm pretty sure she was even like like
She's
she obviously wasn't the Geelong's media or whatever. But like, I wouldn't
She was.
have even been surprised if she
No,
was just a Geelong fan that just happens to be like to just be like in the media.
no,
Like
wait
you
on.
can
No,
just tell
dude,
just by
she's the Geelong advertiser. She wasn't the Herald Sun girl or anything. It's the Geelong local rag is who
Yeah,
she works for. But look,
that's
here's
who
the
she works
thing.
for.
He went round and yelled at her. What he should have done was got one of the guys, someone, to go around and say, "Hey, dude, you want to delete those photos?" Here's the thing: a solicitor
yeah.
comment. If you represent yourself, you've got a fool for a client. Okay, he shouldn't have gone and yelled at her. That's the whole thing about it. He could have just got someone to go do it. Cam Ling would
Yeah,
have gone around and said, "Hey, babe, fucking hand over the photos," or someone. Yeah, he fucked it up.
I
yeah.
just found it funny that you mentioned Cameron Ling. Just having Cameron Ling in my head, see that happen.
Yeah.
But hey, babe, like, could
But
you
to Kev's
take
point,
the camera away?
yeah, to Kev's point, why do you think Charlie Kerner wants to go to Sydney, Gold Coast, and even Geelong? It's for the exact
Why?
same reasons that you mentioned. It's the exact same reasons that
Yes,
you mentioned.
but also too, right? Colin hasn't really handled him as well with the injuries, and he does have a bit to play for that. When he'll only show up whenever he wants to show up. He's not a consistent player.
But Kev, he could easily move to Collingwood or St Kilda or Melbourne. He wants to move stay or Geelong. He
Yeah,
wants out of the
because
limelight.
yes, but even if you're in Geelong, right? There's still going to be plenty of tension because it's still part of Melbourne, right? Geelong is Victoria. It's still Victorian suburb. If he wants to get out of Victoria altogether, I recommend going to the Suns because you know that you're going to go up there with no expectations. There's not going to be photos on you every single day. There's not going to be plenty of media coverage at training, that sort of thing. Where
That's my point.
compared to Icon Park in the AIA Centre, they're allowing fans and media people to go there and film training, and they show it on the news. So,
but that's my point.
If he goes to Gold Coast, then that will probably benefit him more. But again, Carlton have to accept the deal. They don't have to, but if a player wants to leave so much, what is he going to sit out here? Of course he won't, because it devalues them for a year if they sit out for a year. So you have to try. You have to go back to the football club if a try can't go in. But I'm pretty sure it will get done.
He's out of Carlton. He's not there next year.
Maybe he just realised. Maybe he realised he couldn't get into Caro Wilson's pants and thought, "I'll fucking try my hand up north."
Yeah.
Well, he does have a fiance, so I wouldn't be surprised if he moved
Yeah,
for
but I
her.
don't think he was serious.
Look, the
I
thing
think
is,
Sydney will have
changing
to
it.
give up.
Changing states is a big issue, guys. It's not just like beauty, it's me, off I go, pack the car and the dog and let's go. It's a big issue. You got to sell real estate. You got to do shit. You got to organise deals. Yeah, it's a fuck up. This is why guys like Shooter came in and we all wanted to shoot him at the beginning. He just, had to find his feet.
Yeah.
It takes time to find your feet at a club.
Yeah.
But
That's
then,
what people didn't realise as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
then
Kev, how
guys
did
like,
you go? Sorry. I was going to change the subject, but if you want to go, Boomer, go.
I was just going to say, guys like Luke Hodge, someone was saying they rang him up, like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just going to have a barbecue with the kids this afternoon. It was the middle of fucking winter. I mean, something about the Brisbane Gold Coast lifestyle, man. You can have a barbecue in July and know it's going to be a nice day. So
I can
there is
vouch
an
for that.
attraction. Oh, so can I. I was there for 10 years, mate.
Yeah.
The people are fucking weird, but the weather is wonderful.
I can also vouch for that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd move
So
there in a heartbeat if I could,
right.
man.
There you go.
Oh,
Move
yeah.
along.
Out of Victoria.
Yeah.
I live in
Somewhere
Queensland
funny,
too.
mate.
You should come to
Yeah, I was
Thailand,
from
Nick.
Victoria. I live in Queensland too.
Yeah.
Always
Well, the
missed
way
it.
Australia's going at the moment, it looks like it's Thailand or the Philippines for me in the next probably 5 to 30
Italy.
years. Yeah. Hey, Kev, how did you go in the grand final ballot?
Well, my sister did it for me, so she got it all organised. So I'm priority 1 as a Legends member, and she's
Same here. Yeah.
like I'm a concession. She's a companion. So yeah, it actually works out well. So
We're
if we
almost,
do,
almost guaranteed a ticket then, yeah?
I'm only
Priority
priority
one.
3, but yeah, I'll still enter.
Hey, Mick.
Yep.
Just do a little bit of mic test. I reckon your mic's better if you just don't speak straight into it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a new mic. I'm moving up in the world.
You've taken it out of the box, haven't
It
you?
sounds
Taken it
good,
out of
but
the
when you
box.
go right,
There's
when
no
you go
pocket
right
noise, at
into
least.
it, it's a bit distorted when you're right next to it. That's all.
All right. Thanks,
Take it
mate.
out of the box.
no,
Pocket
but
noise is gone, bro.
yeah, I did get it through the ballot, so just got to wait until obviously who we play in the prelim final, and if I can get tickets to that, my sister will be able to do it for me because she knows all about that stuff more than I do. And then if I get it, sweet. If not, I'll stream the game at home. Either way, it's a win-win for me anyway.
Yeah.
Good problem to have, Kev.
It is.
Fuck. We're almost there, fellas. Fuck, I can feel it, man. I can fucking feel it.
Yeah.
I tell you, 3 weeks ago, we're all fucking slobbering around thinking, oh, no, fucking Collingwood, those Carlton supporters are going to be coming for us soon. I feel good. No.
You know what? You know one thing I'm really hoping for. I know this might sound bad. Brisbane Lions and Gold Coast have beat the fuck out of each other, so they're so sore. So when we play them, we should go for the throw.
Pull the scraps, Kev. Yeah.
Yeah, we put the Q in the rack in the last quarter and rest up a bit.
2010 prelim final against Geelong. Do you remember how sweet that was?
Oh, fuck yeah, being those cunts.
We
We're
smashed
like
them by
90
about
points up.
70 points, wasn't it?
Lee Brown's goal, that way it kicked out from the point of the big square to the opposite point of the little square to turn it 90 degrees to go through the goal. At that moment, I thought, the footy gods are going to make us win this flag. We're fucking home. It took 2 games, though, to beat St Kilda. And the footy gods were on our side. Stephen Milne, that goal that he kicked and it bounced away. Oh, did you fucking swallow your heart after that one?
Stevie
I was only
Milne
10
could
years
have
old.
been a grand final hero. Imagine that.
Yeah. But the footy gods said, no, fuck you. It's a magpie year.
Heath Shaw's.
Yeah.
What about that smother? What about that smother on Rewalt?
That
Yeah.
brother,
You slapped up to him like a librarian.
Loved it.
that's mother won us the game.
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
And that was in the first quarter.
Yeah.
You just knew after
Lifted the
that
team. Yeah.
we're going to win this, mate. You know.
Do if you ever watch it back, just have a look at the looks on the St Kilda fans' faces when that happens.
Yeah.
They're traumatized. They knew.
And that's why they probably hate us because we stole the 2010
Yeah.
flag off them.
Hey Matt, is that Sid Coventry on your profile thing?
No, it's
Collier?
Albert Leader Collier.
Oh, okay.
Albert Collier.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the first Bruzzy.
All right. He looked a lot like Buckley, didn't he? A lot of people used to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what I'm reading at the moment. Can you get that?
Is that about Mikhail?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The machine.
Fucking yeah. Fascinating shit, man. The Victoria Park days at the turn of the century. You realise the hatred for Carlton. It goes back all the way back then, man. Fuck.
People don't realise, like, people who don't follow Collingwood, they hate Collingwood by default. And if you were to ask them why they hate Collingwood, the only reason they can come up with is that their dad hated Collingwood. It's the same reason why we mostly follow Collingwood, because their old man did. But that goes back 5 or 6 generations. And the only reason they hated us is that we were good. We weren't arrogant or it was just that we come from working class slums, the old, Irish Catholic, busting their ass. And the only reason they hated us is that we were successful. And that's been passed on from generation to generation.
Yeah.
So
in the book Kill for Collingwood, they speak of a demonstration game down in Tasmania, because we all know the future of the games in Tasmania back in 1925. And what happened is the boats back then, they were came out of their heads, and the ship they were on got blown away and had to basically steam its way all the way back. And so they got there a day late, didn't get their training run, and they were all as seasick as fuck. In fact, there might have been a rum or two involved. But anyway, the story is they were all seasick as fuck. And what happened is when they were running around trying to kick the ball, they were more or less throwing up. So they said, look, we can't just run and drop kick like they all did with their big handlebar moustaches and lace-up jerseys. So what they would do was kick the ball halfway, run ahead and kick the ball halfway, setting up what is the place kick. They then went on to win 4 flags in a row and put us in the position we are in to this day. So a seasick team has made us 4 years of one of the greats. That's a great fucking story. I love it, though. A demo came in Tassie, got us 4 flags.
Yeah, fucking oath.
And we're the only team that ever won 4 in a row too. So
yeah.
And like a lot of people, when you bring that up to other supporters, they say, yeah, that was back in the 1920s.
Oh, the Stone Age.
What? It was still 12 teams, and it was every team had their home ground, and it was fucking hard, mate. You played away to fucking wherever, Windy Hill or Glenferrie or whatever, it was hard going, mate. And to do it 4 in a row, and it was just it was an absolute machine, mate. Oh, man.
Yeah. If the AFL records it, we record it.
Yeah. Do you guys wish that we played at Vic Park or not? Or yes, we'd like them or not?
Nah, we'll leave it for the women's AFL. Here's another one too, though. Sorry, I fucking forgot what I was going to say.
I wish we still did. For me, I wish we did Victoria Park up, and I'd love to, because then we'd have a home ground advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And instead of going to Marvel, we could go to Vic Park.
If we sell some Marvel games to Vic Park,
Yeah.
No regrets, though. I'm happy. I am happy at the G, but a part of me would like us to have done up Vic Park and still have that fortress, because we very rarely lost there when we were playing well.
Yeah.
And in the 50s, Melbourne won 3 in a row, and they needed one more to equal the record, and we fucking beat them in the granny, mate.
58.
And Fons Kine delivered probably what has been acknowledged as one of the greatest third quarter or halftime addresses to any team. It was all about the black and white spirit. and how walking back onto that ground, you're not just you got to go out there and you're carrying the weight of all those players you can see around you. And if you come back in, you're going to look at me and that's going to be sad. But you're going to have to look at you in the fucking mirror tomorrow morning. And are you going to like what you see? Are you going to look at a winner or are you going to look at a fucking loser? And you know what it is. And they just went out there and fucking blitzed. But also, we have a debt of gratitude to Footscray because what happened is they have bookended 4 in a row. They actually got the one that Richmond didn't. So Richmond never got 4 in a row, which we stopped. And Footscray with EJ stopped them getting 4 in a row as well. So we got a debt of gratitude to the old Bulldogs. Thank you.
Yeah.
We stopped the Tigers too. We stopped the Tigers. They could have won 4 in a row if we didn't beat them in the prelim in 2018.
Hawthorn, that's right. Footscray were in between the Hawthorn run. Yeah, that's right. So Hawthorn and Tigers had Bulldogs in the middle.
And that 58 flag, we were fucking rampant fucking underdogs as well, mate. Melbourne were the greatest team, mate. That's why people talk about Melbourne. They're a fucking basket case, but back then they were fucking world beaters, mate.
Ron Barassi super team.
Barassi was one hell of a coach.
Yeah. I'm gonna head off, boys, because I'll go get up in the morning. But can't fucking wait, boys. Can't wait.
No
Where
worries,
we play, bring the fuck on. That's what I'll say.
Are you going to do a live stream for the Brisbane Gold Coast game? I think we lost him.
We haven't heard the Go Pies. He said Go Pies. I mean, we all know that all communications between Magpies must be finished with Go Pies. Righto, Kevin, I'm going to put you down for a demerit point on that one.
He's all right. Gentlemen,
we're approaching 5 hours.
4.5 hours, and I know ultimate greatness. He can go for fucking 10 hours, mate.
No, this is amateur hour right here.
Fuck you.
I think one day we'll fucking do 6 hours, I reckon. You know, we've done 5 hours. Fuck.
I reckon I could go to about 4 or 5 o'clock. Actually, I might be able to do it.
I'll tell you what. If we win the flag, we'll go for 10 hours. But I'll be fucking smashed. I'll be fucking drunk.
After party.
But maybe even
Monday as well.
there we go. Keep streaming Saturday night. There you go. After if we win the prelim, we'll probably go for fucking 6 hours after that, I reckon.
Oh yeah.
Talking about fucking the week after. Fuck.
Getting grand final tickets.
Even the lead up to the granny, man. If we make it, like fuck, they'll be the fucking marathons as well. Yeah. I've got an early one tomorrow, gentlemen. So I've got to.
Same here. Yeah.
I've got to cut it short, but it's been an absolute pleasure as always. And it's been good, man. Boomer, I want to hear, see you call up all the time, mate.
So will you do a stream before?
Because you're a legend, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, cheers, mate. All I can say is Dave Cossium will be on the periodic table, man. Yeah, it's a shame Anthony doesn't do fan cams anymore because, I mean, you take away the fans and the cams, you've got nothing. And Anthony's kind of needs to fill that out a bit. Don't know if he's made the right choice there, but I'll call in here, mate. This is a supportive call. This is my new home.
Thanks, mate.
I'll be on grand final day. I'll be curled up on the doorstep.
Me too.
Okay.
Me too.
When's the next stream, Mick?
The next stream, I'll try and do one. I'll try and do one straight after the Gold Coast Brisbane game. I'm not going to say 100% I'll do it, but if not, definitely after the teams are named for the prelim, which will be Thursday, next Thursday night, a week from now. So definitely then, maybe one before that. Yeah.
Because I think we'll be Saturday twilight, and then
Let's do one where we start and you just list each game of the year. So you start at the first game, we talk about that game. Yeah, we have fucking Gold Coast or GWS got us. We'll go through the
Yeah.
games and remember them. We'll reminisce the game. How does that sound?
That sounds
Those
great.
wonderful
No,
victories over
that's a good
Sydney and
idea,
Brizzy
Boomer.
and-
Fucking oath.
Hey?
Yeah, fucking oath. If I get the
Cool.
stats up, and
Yeah,
great.
yeah, we'll just go through and
Back
see
to
how many we can
memories.
do. That'd be
Yeah.
fucking awesome. Because we've had a fucking good season, guys. What do we have?
Yeah.
10 and what was it 10 and 2 at one stage? No, 14 and 2.
Yeah.
Oh, been some good games. And the best of Degoe is yet to come. That's what I'm getting excited about. JDG.
Yeah.
Whoa. Norm Smith.
And Nick
100%.
Dacos. And Nick
Oh.
Dacos.
Oh,
And Nick Dacos.
Geez, that name rings a bell. Is he related to Peter Dacos, the great Collingwood champion? I've heard that somewhere before.
That's what we were saying before, mate. Peter needs to get going with Pauline and have a few more, mate.
Well, I reckon if you had a sperm clinic, you'd name it Dacos Sperm Clinic. You might get a few women hoping there's a bit of Dacos fucking. anyway, go Pies! What a fucking season.
Go Pies.
I'm going to finish it off on that one, guys. Love you all.
Go Pies!
Thank you so much, fellas. Okay, I'll catch you later. Okay.
All right, see you later.
No,
Thanks, man.
See you guys.
Bye.
Go Pies.
Go Pies.
Yeah.